Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the January 11 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Dish?
Here.
Councilmember Harrison?
Here.
Councilmember Song?
Here.
Councilmember Watson?
Here.
Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwin?
Here.
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Councilmember Iyer?
Here.
Councilmember Ackman?
Here.
Councilmember Briggs? Here. Councilmember Cornell?
Here.
We have a quorum.
May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Cornell, second by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion of the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? The agenda is approved. Are there communications today from our city administrator?
No.
In the absence of introductions, we move on directly to public comment. Public comment, in order to speak at public comment general time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. We have 45 minutes allocated to public comment. We will go through those 45 minutes, or we will go through, at the very least, the first 15 speakers. If after the 15th speaker we have time within our 45-minute block, we will continue until we reach the end of that 45-minute block. At the end of that 45-minute block, public comment will be suspended until towards the end of the meeting. Council will continue on with its ordinary business. After the regular business is concluded, that time we will resume public comment and public comment overflow. Everyone who is on the list will have the ability to speak. Speakers in all instances will have 3 minutes in which to speak, whether here or online, and so please pay close attention to the time clock. The time clock or our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time is expired. When your time is expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. And in order to maintain, order, we do also ask that we have only one person speaking at a time. Our first speaker today is Omar Abdalah.
If you're an Ann Arbor resident and you support the ceasefire resolution, can you please stand up and raise your hand? Just to show the city council, we are. I speak on behalf of a large and diverse Ann Arbor coalition that includes Palestinians, Israelis, Muslims, Christians, Jews, and atheists, workers, parents, teachers, students, attorneys, and small business owners. We thank council members Ghazi, Edwin, Briggs, Song, and Ackman for sponsoring the resolution. We ask the council to pass the ceasefire resolution. We are a coalition that stands against anti-Semitism. Our members have said that protests at synagogues are wrong, full stop. When a known Holocaust denier spoke last meeting, we refused to listen to him and walked out. Do not conflate our calls for a ceasefire with anti-Semitism. That is wrong, it is beneath you, and it is racist. This is a simple resolution that takes no sides, has no actively harmful language, and respects all impacted communities. The issue is a local one. Here are 5 reasons. First, members of the Ann Arbor community have been personally impacted with family, loved ones, and friends among those killed, missing, and injured. This resolution addresses them. We're watching people who look like us being slaughtered, and that makes us unsafe. Second, the rise of anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, and anti-brown racism and dehumanization is unprecedented, including in Ann Arbor. From racist slurs to dehumanizing media coverage in national and local papers, to a school board trustee telling a Palestinian trustee that her background makes her unfit to speak, to the real fear of violence, it's already local. The dehumanization includes efforts to minimize the number of Palestinian people killed, to pretend that maybe they had it coming or aren't in fact civilians. Third, we have an avalanche of civil rights violations in our schools, at the university, and in the city. Not everyone's rights are being protected equally. There's no other international conflict where people here lose their jobs and security for speaking up. It's unlike Ukraine or Syria. Fourth, unlike other foreign wars, this is one that we Americans, including us in Ann Arbor, actively fund through federal taxes, and our government is actively aiding and shielding it. Fifth, it's a local issue because so long as the war continues, we can't address key issues in our community that require groups to work together. We can't do that while our people are being carpet bombed, driven from their homes, starved, and murdered. Passing the resolution is not taking a side in a foreign conflict. It means taking the side of all your residents. We have made this choice as easy for you as possible. Join Congresswoman Dingell in calling for a different approach that treats all people, all children, as worthy of life and protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cameron Kaufman.
Mayor, this caller is on the line.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 108. Press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hi. Today I'd like to read you a letter from a local community synagogue, Congregation Tehillah, which is located in Ferndale. Dear City Council members, I am honored to serve as the rabbi of Congregation Tehillah, a progressive, justice-pursuing, queer-loving, intergenerational, Reconstructionist Jewish community. Our members live in Wayne, Oakland, and Washtenaw counties, including Ann Arbor. In mid-October, we signed on to the following letter to Congress and President Biden. We are grieving the horrific, violent, and terrifying attacks by Hamas on Israeli civilians. A grief of this magnitude can unleash a powerful drive for revenge. Our Jewish values ask us to open our hearts and reach for our shared humanity. Jewish tradition insists that every single human being is sacred, with inherent dignity and worth. We ask that you not weaponize our grief to support the killing of Palestinian civilians. More than 2 million people in Gaza have been cut off from food, water, gas, and electricity. Israel has told 1.1 million Gazan civilians that they had 24 hours to leave, but they have nowhere to go and no way to get there. Further harm to Palestinian civilians will not bring back the dead, nor will it make Israelis safer. We urge our government to use its influence to de-escalate and interrupt this cycle of violence, negotiate the safe return of hostages, and protect the lives of all Israeli and Palestinian civilians. In mid-October, that was considered to be a bold stance. I was very proud of our congregation. And since then, of course, our conviction has grown stronger. When I asked our members who live within the boundaries of Ferndale if they were interested in supporting this effort, every single one of them responded yes. Our board is currently discussing putting a ceasefire now banner on the building despite the security risks involved. We will do whatever little we can to stop the carnage and to interrupt the idea that giving Israel a blank check is in the interest of Jewish communities. Speaking out for ceasefire is a religious imperative. The only path to true and lasting safety for both Israelis and Palestinians is not through violence and war. We need engagement by the international community toward a just and lasting peace in this land, which is holy to so many. I speak out for ceasefire not in spite of October 7th, but because of it. One of my best friends lives in Ashkelon, very close to Gaza, with her 2 beautiful children. The only thing that will keep them safe is a just peace, and we cannot bomb our way there.
30 seconds.
The only people benefiting from continued war are the weapons manufacturers. That's it. But I don't imagine that the question you are asking is whether a ceasefire is necessary or just, but rather, what role does the Council of a Small City play in responding to a crisis across the world, so clearly outside of your jurisdiction? And to that concern, I am sympathetic. Global versus local distinction is mythical in so many ways, and yet a line must be drawn somewhere in order to make governance manageable. Sure, DC makes more sense, and I will continue to direct my energy there, but they're not listening. And at this point, I'm willing to pull any lever of power if there's even a chance that lever, combined with 1,000 others. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please direct if you have handouts, please give them to the clerk. Understood, and thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Kennedy.
Mayor, this caller is also on Zoom. Caller with the phone number ending in 678, press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the Ann Arbor City Council. My name is Liz Kennedy, and I am the co-director of Care-Based Safety. I'm here to address the concerns we have regarding the rejection of our proposal to provide unarmed response services to the city of Ann Arbor. As we express our rejections, I want to note that we respect your right to deny our proposal, but seek clarity on several aspects of the decision-making process. Firstly, our primary objections stem from the lack of transparency and public input in the decision-making processes. The decision to reject our application was made in closed session without any opportunity for us to address questions or concerns raised by city staff. Despite assurances from Mr. Mahoney that we would have a full opportunity to respond, our proposal was rejected without the promised dialogue. Equally troubling has been the city's deviation from its own request for proposal timeline. The RFP outlined a clear timeline for interviews, discussions, and a decision by council which was not adhered to, and our attempts to engage the city staff were repeatedly ignored until late November, leaving insufficient time for meaningful discussions and negotiations as outlined by the city's own RFP process. So regarding the city's claims against our proposal, I just want to briefly address some points. First, the timeline for program ramp-up. Our proposal considered the allocated funding for 2 years as a pilot phase, during which we would provide 48 hours a week of response. We intended to expand based on funding and staff capacity in subsequent years. The city's claim of a 5-year ramp-up was not explicitly outlined in the RFP. Secondly, I'd like to address limited days and hours of response. Our proposal aligns with similar programs nationwide, and if implemented, will increase. Next, I'd like to address time spent on community building activities. Our program focuses on preventative measures through a public health approach. We really value building trust and addressing the root causes of crises. And we feel that the city's rejection seems to overlook the comprehensive approach we presented. And finally, I'd like to address the disregard of RFP directives. Our proposal clearly stated that we would not respond to specific incidents mentioned by Mr. Mahoney, and professionals would only be involved with the caller's consent. Councilmember Travis Regina's comments further raised questions about the city's expectations. We want to know, what are the clearly expressed needs mentioned, and why were they not outlined in the RFP itself? Additionally, the notion of delivering a fully operational program within 2 years was not a criteria defined in the city's document. So to conclude, I want to urge the city to address issues raised and to support reopening an RFP for unarmed non-police response Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joshua Hitchcock.
Hello. The following things that I'm going to read are coming straight from the South Africa's document that they sent to the International Court of Justice as evidence of the ongoing genocide in Palestine. And these statements are specifically from Israeli officials as well as people in the Israeli media. Starting with Benjamin Netanyahu, among other things, he has invoked the biblical story of the total destruction of Amalek by the Israelites, stating that you must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible. And in that specific passage, it reads as follows: Now go attack Amalek and prescribe all that belongs to him. Spare no one, but kill like men and women, infants and sucklings. President Isaac Herzog has been quoted saying it's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It is not true about this rhetoric about civilians, not aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. The Israeli Minister of Defense has been quoted saying, we are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly. Israeli Minister of Heritage was quoted saying, the north of the Gaza Strip, more beautiful than ever. Everything is blown up and flattened, simply a pleasure for the eyes. Israeli Minister of Agriculture was quoted recalling the Nakba of 1948, saying that we are now actually rolling out the Gaza Nakba. Israeli Army Reservist Major General is quoted saying, Israel has no interest in the Gaza Strip being rehabilitated and this is an important part that needs to be made clear. If we ever want to see the hostages alive, the only way is to create a severe humanitarian crisis in Gaza. He is also quoted saying that the state of Israel has no choice but to make Gaza a place that is temporarily or permanently impossible to live in, and Gaza will become a place where no human being can exist. These are not just opinions that are mainstream in the government and military, but as well as in media and civil society. And the following quotes come from that. It is either us or them, and we should clarify the question of who is them. They are not only Hamas fighters with weapons, but also all the civilian officials, including hospital administrators and school administrators, and also the entire Gaza population. There have been calls for Gaza to be erased, turned into a slaughterhouse, that Hamas should not only be eliminated, but rather Gaza should be razed.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dwight Wilson. Yeah.
I speak for myself alone, but from the framework of being a former chief executive of the original United States and Canadian denomination of the Religious Society of Friends, Quakers. We realize the thin blue line needs to be widened by well-researched and trained people willing to step up not as vigilantes, but as unarmed and well-trained peacemakers. Each of my 4 sons was reared Quaker, opposed to all forms of violence, yet aware that most humans cannot imagine civilization without people having a license to kill. My youngest son is a professor at Philadelphia's Temple University, where he teaches nonviolent conflict resolution and works with Philadelphia's crisis intervention services. Over a quarter century ago, Memphis was the first American city to pursue nonviolent conflict resolution. I asked City Council to reaffirm the resolution to which you have openly committed, a citizen-run body that recognizes bringing guns into uncomfortable situations is unfair to those in distress as well as law enforcement. Weapons can be more temptations to resort to attempts for impossible immediate cessation than solutions of lasting duration. Your time is valuable. As a 5-time cancer survivor, so is my life, or I would have surrendered long ago. If each council person has not thoroughly read the RFP, I encourage you to do so. If you have studied this request to improve public safety, I ask you to openly specify where it does not align with your previously stated vision. I concede that transitioning may not be as smooth as business as usual. However, building a caring community can demonstrate our greatness in more places than on a football field. I endorse care-based safety design 100% and ask this council to act with a vision that perfects that of Philadelphia and Memphis.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Huma Katri.
If this caller is on Zoom, please press *9 to raise your hand. Huma Katri, phone number ending in 801. Mayor, this caller is not online.
Our next speaker is Barry Dunet.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the council members, to the council chair. I would like to make the following focus here. Any calls for a ceasefire that do not call to remove Hamas are anti-Semitic and anti-Palestinian. If an Arbor Council chimes into international affairs, it cannot fail to voice ceasefire resolutions that ultimately increase the misery imposed on the Palestinian people and that raise anti-Semitism. Here is the important context. John Spencer, a USA Army retired officer, expert on urban warfare, describes what Hamas did on October 7 as unleashing over 1,000 Jeffrey Dahmers. Anyone who is capable of distinguishing good from evil can tell the difference between what Hamas did on October 7, killing, raping, burning, kidnapping innocent civilians in actions to make sure that such atrocities are not repeated. The misery and destruction forced on civilians on both sides stem from the October 7 attack. Anyone not condemning Hamas not only lost the moral compass, but is also not pro-Palestinian. A true Palestinian sympathizer must call for a ceasefire and at the same time for the liberation of the Gazan people from the violent grip by the Hamas regime. Surely any country has the right to defend itself. Israel responding to the Hamas attack must not be different in that respect, especially when Hamas is not shy with its agenda for cleansing the river-to-sea territory from Jews. Any resolution for ceasefire without demanding to dismantle Hamas is not helping the Palestinian people. In fact, we can go back to the same ceasefire that was in place before October 7, only after Hamas is removed from position of power. Any call for a ceasefire must equal a call to removal of Hamas. In fact, Palestinian voices for a lasting solution must adopt the understanding that Israel as a Jewish state exists and will continue to exist. Any other calls for are delusional and will continue to foster violence and death on both sides.
Thank you.
From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free.
Hamas was not in 1948.
Our next speaker is Alan Heber.
I wish the sound system here were better. I join my voice to those urging that you pass the resolution for a lasting both sides ceasefire, hostage releases, and humanitarian aid in the Gaza war. I sent you the in-process hearings of the International Court of Justice hearings on Israeli genocide. I hope you will watch. Wars degenerate into genocide. It is us or them, my cousin in Israel says. Kill them all, the Zionist leadership call. The soldiers sing of their destructions. As many have said, all too sad, once seen it cannot be unseen. I have long urged my congregation, I am Jewish, that these relations, that our relations with Palestine and the Palestinians is the greatest moral challenge facing the Jewish community now, and we're not doing well. People take old documents and authorities to be guides in a new present. Hamas quotes the Hadith to kill the Jews, and the Israeli quotes the Amalek curse to kill them all. They are there, and we here have inherited a war system. The Pentagon defines it as full-spectrum domination and has dollars beyond counting for the task to do the dominating. Israel is trying to do it in Palestine, our own government. You all are doing it here in Ann Arbor on the Commons. The University of California is doing it against People's Park in Berkeley. System change is what we need. Yes. Just as there are humane sources in Islam, so are there in Judaism and everywhere. They have been suppressed, both of them and all, by the hijackers of the war makers. Our call from civil society should be to the war makers to put down the gun and come to the peace table to talk, to raise ourselves out of the old imperial models of domination and exclusive sovereignties to the peacemaking model of full-spectrum cooperation and caring and sharing and helping one another, and for healing from this terrible time of war. And it would be good if you would add to your resolution support for the Senate Resolution 504 to apply the Leahy Foreign Assistance Act Amendment 502C to block military aid to states which violate human rights, which is Israel is doing now. Oh, and what should Israel have done on day one on October 8th? Take this case to the International Criminal Court, not to become vigilantes. And if you have a dream, bring it next Monday to the Martin Luther King Day. Say your dream.
Thank you.
It won't be Liberty Plaza, too cold there, but in the free room of the library, say your dream. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Heimberg. Our next speaker is Jennifer Heimberg.
Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. My name is Jen Heimberg, and I'm a registered voter and one of your neighbors from IPSI 48198. There's a lot going on in Michigan right now. The MEDC, the Talent Action Team, the Michigander Scholars, the launch of the You Can Make It in Michigan national campaign, millions of dollars in grants being awarded by our state and federal government for all sorts of initiatives in manufacturing, supply chain, EVs, and clean tech, with a goal to make Michigan a state full of attractive, vibrant communities where people want to live, work, and grow. I don't envy your seat on the city council. Your attention is pulled in so many different directions at all times, and there are only so many hours in the day. You wear a lot of hats, and you each have your own needs, wants, passions, and struggles. But I want you to know that I see you. With radical love, I see you. Your complexity as a human, I see it. And love means giving the benefit of the doubt. So I trust each of you are doing your best with all the tools and information and spoons that you have at any given time. We all are. We all need compassion and care. Many of us are one moment away from a crisis, which is why I was gutted when I learned that the city canceled the original RFP for unarmed response, especially given the manner in which it was handled, and especially when a community-driven, care-based respondent was created to provide this service to Ann Arbor. The only respondent was care-based safety. I read the RFP, and I have read their proposal, and I gotta tell you, I was floored by the amount of expertise that CBS provided in their plan. I stay pretty in the know in the mutual aid and care networks in my area, and these are the people doing the work. Stitching together safety nets, making something from nothing. These are the people who have already spent decades interacting with and re-envisioning the violent systems that surround us all, and learning what it would take to deviate from the status quo. The systems we have watched year after year gobble up our most vulnerable, racialized, profiled, ostracized, and brutalized communities. CBS is willing and able to bring this shared and desperately needed dream into reality, and they are fighting for a sliver of the money flying through the state so that we can try to ensure a safe place for those of us who live here now, but also for those the state is trying to attract. So I urge the council to vote yes on Resolution 2027, and moving forward, I also ask that they commit to much more transparent, timely, and responsive communication. People are weary, and we need action now. Finally, we have seen both domestically and abroad that state-sanctioned violence does not lead to safer and healthier communities. And because in our thousands and in our millions, we are all Palestinians. So I also urge... So I also urge all council members to vote yes and pass the ceasefire resolution, hopefully also recommitting yourself personally to the work of anti-racism, anti-colonialism, and anti-Semitism. And I invite you all to join me in rereading Dr. King's letter from Birmingham jail this weekend, because in my humble opinion, these days, a white moderate is much more of a stumbling block and much more dangerous if they claim themselves a progressive.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chandler Meyers.
Chandler Meyers, phone number 748. Press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay. The concept of a care-based safety model for unarmed response has been a topic of significant interest and discussion within our community. This model, developed with input from Ann Arbor residents, promises an innovative approach, moving away from traditional paradigms towards a more community-centered and care-focused solution. So that's why it was a big disappointment to me to hear that the city had canceled the original RFP for unarmed response in Ann Arbor, especially when a community-driven care-based respondent was formed and created to provide the essential service to Ann Arbor, and the only respondent to that being care-based safety. I urge the City Council to consider the following requests as we move forward. First, transparency and engagement. It's essential for the Council to direct staff to commit to an open, clear, and transparent process as we enter another RFP period. Staff have publicly communicated that the reason for the recent RFP cancellation was due to a change in scope, yet they have not specified what those changes entail. Understanding the reasons behind the cancellation of the original RFP and how this decision aligns with the city's broader goals for community safety, as well as Mayor Taylor's resolution for an unarmed response, would be helpful. Next, informed decision-making. I encourage the Council to direct staff to provide more timely updates once the new RFP has been issued. Missing a stated deadline by 3 months without any meaningful communications does not engender trust and mutual respect within the community. Next, timeliness and responsiveness. Recognizing the time-sensitive nature of the funding available for such initiative, I request that the Council direct staff to act with urgency in the development of a new RFP, as $3.5 million of ARPA funds are at stake. I would also like to focus on the wording of a specific point of today's resolution. I quote, that the Ann Arbor City Council directs the city administrator to engage in a more targeted approach in publicizing the RFP, in addition to the methods used for RFP 2342, thereby increasing the likelihood of receiving multiple proposals to evaluate. I do respect the desire to seek more opportunities for good ideas, but please remember that CBS and CBS's proposal was developed by and for our local community. I find it unlikely that any national organization's proposal will be as well researched and fit for Ann Arbor as the proposal given by CBS, and as well aligned with the values that this council has already committed to. The care-based safety model represents a significant step towards a more compassionate and effective approach to community safety. I believe that with thoughtful consideration and collaborative effort, we can establish a system that truly reflects the values and needs of Ann Arbor. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for your dedication to our community's well-being. I also do support the resolution for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Galpern.
She has COVID and is going to be calling in. Last 4 digits of her phone number are 2089.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 089. Press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cora Galpern. I am an Ann Arbor resident, and I am also the membership chair for JPP at the University of Michigan. I'm calling today to speak in support of a ceasefire and an unarmed police response for Ann Arbor. As a Michigan student, over the past few months, I have witnessed an increase in police repression, violence, and suppression of Palestinian activism on campus by Zionist institutions and university administration. This comes at a time when an unprecedented number of young anti-Zionist Jews are acting and speaking out in support of Palestinian human rights. Our numbers will only continue to grow. Look around the room right now and look at the signs that you see. Anti-Zionist Jews are here to stay, and we're here to stand in solidarity with Palestinians, to call for a ceasefire, to oppose military violence at home and abroad, and to show that fighting true anti-Semitism can only be achieved when we fight against the oppression of all people. Jews should know this best. We know that we cannot fight for our own safety alone, and we know that our safety can never come at the expense of another people. Right now, we are seeing Zionist institutions and individuals weaponize anti-Semitism in a way that actually makes Jews less safe. I find myself scared to call out legitimate acts of anti-Semitism for fear that I will fall into the camp of the boy who cried wolf, because so many false accusations of anti-Semitism are being leveled against Palestinians who are simply asking for the right to have self-determination, live in safety, and be secure. What we're currently seeing in Palestine amounts to a genocide. Millions of people are being ethnically cleansed. These people are indigenous to the land, and it's time that we stop prioritizing Zionist feelings of discomfort over the material safety of millions of people. Over 30,000 people have been killed in the last 3 months. There is no justification for this, and there is not any doubt in my mind that this is a genocidal campaign. It is not self-defense. Any attempts at this point to turn the conversation towards Hamas are completely ridiculous, and we won't stand for it. We're seeing the news, we're reading the articles, we understand that children are being killed, that men are being rounded up and shot, that IDF soldiers are exercising the most inhumane war crimes we've ever seen. We're seeing all of this, and we're watching as our elected officials do nothing. But this is a local issue, and you guys have the power to do something. Michigan students are facing increased repression. Palestinians are being killed in numbers that we've never seen before. So I'm asking you today to please support the ceasefire resolution because it is relevant to us at home, and to follow up with that by also voting in favor of an unarmed police response. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charles Song.
Dear Ann Arbor City Council, thank you. I'd like to speak for the ceasefire resolution. Firstly, let's clear some misconceptions. Some people said there was a ceasefire before October 7th. No, there hasn't been a ceasefire since 1948. UN Chief Guterres pointed out the Hamas attack did not happen in a vacuum. According to UN data, from 2008 to October 6, 2023, 6,417 Palestinians are killed due to the occupation and conflict. That equates to at least one Palestinian being killed every single day. Some people said, let the hostage go home. Of course they should go home. So do the 5.9 million Palestinian refugees displaced by Israel. But I'm not here to condemn. I'm here for a fair resolution. You may ask, why this is our city council's business? Why do we have to pass it today? It is our business because not only Palestinians, but also Ann Arborites are suffering from the conflict. Arab students are being called terrorists. Arab teachers can't express their feelings. Citizens are being doxxed. People are receiving death threats. It is our business because when the federal government fails to do the right thing, it is local government's obligation to convey the sentiments of its people. On December 8th, the U.S. vetoed a UN ceasefire resolution, despite backing from 13 out of 15 Security Council members. Here's an old joke. When everyone else is driving the wrong way, you are the wrong way driver. Ann Arborites, let's guide the U.S. back on the right path. Why support these resolutions specifically? Because it supports communities without meaningless, biased condemnations. It acknowledges Palestinians as more than just a nameless group. My ask is this humble. Why should you, our city council members, pass the resolution? Because tens of other cities have already passed the ceasefire resolutions, Detroit, San Francisco, to name a few. The federal government is subtly shifting its stance. On December 22nd, U.S. abstained rather than vetoed a resolution in UN Security Council. Medias are increasingly criticizing Israel's inhuman actions. Times are changing. And passing this will make you, as city councilors, as well as Ann Arbor, proud. you can put it in on your resume. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Coburn. Brian Coburn.
As the speaker who preceded me mentioned, tens of city councils around this country, it's actually the number is 15 as we stand here, have passed resolutions supporting a ceasefire in Gaza. If Ann Arbor is not the 16th by the end of this evening, it will be another betrayal of this city's now diminishing legacy of progressive politics. While city government seemingly has no answers and no resistance to greedy developers, an opportunity has arisen for this council to practice relatively safe politics toward an issue taking place thousands of miles away. Who could say no to a ceasefire? Who could show such ambivalence to genocide? 5 of the 15 cities to have passed this ceasefire resolution are located right here in southeastern Michigan, which have constituencies comprised of some of the largest Arab communities in America. Ann Arbor has already fallen behind its neighbors. That should be an embarrassment to a city that once led the way nationally in matters of peace. Do the right thing and end that embarrassment tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aon ASP.
Hello, I am a representative of the coalition at the University of Michigan, a coalition of over 70 organizations and growing, the largest multi-ethnic coalition to ever form at the University of Michigan to call for divestment from Israel. If this board does not pass this resolution, we will bring all power and pressure from the student body to this council, just as we've done to our university administration. We, the students of the University of Michigan, will hold you accountable and will mobilize consistently and unapologetically against this board if you do not pass the ceasefire resolution. You are not too far from our campus, and our movement will extend to you as well. Just want to say, my name is Erin. I love this city. I have deep-seated roots in this community, and for that reason, I'm here to stand up for my people. I am a Black Latina. My history is intertwined with the suffering and striving of my people, and today I am here for my people. While I may not be Palestinian by blood, my heart is with the Palestinian people. They are my community, my family, just as they are for everyone else in this room, even if you do not realize it. You are all lucky. Luck is all that separates you from any other people on the planet. You are among the 5% alive right now, living in the richest, most powerful country in the world. There's nothing else that distinguishes you from the Palestinian people. Nothing else. You are no smarter, no kinder, no wiser, no more moral, no more worthy. You are not better. So to sit there and to think that your luck absolves you from the responsibility to use your truly unearned privilege to speak up for those in greatest need is a sign of wanton disregard of the blessing of luck that has been bestowed upon you. It is pure wastefulness. When I was a little girl learning about slavery, the Holocaust, the civil rights movement, I always imagined what my family did during this time. And hearing their stories now, some of it inspires me, and some of it freaking disappoints me. Nevertheless, I knew I would never grow up to repeat I would never grow up to repeat the same sins of my ancestors. In 20 years, when you're speaking to your children and your grandchildren, I would like you to remember these next few weeks. When you talk about what you did, you will be obligated to say the following. When I saw the images of dead babies blown into pieces by American-made bombs, I did nothing. When I heard the orphans cry, begging to end a war they had no part in creating, I did nothing. When white phosphorus melted the skins of civilians down to their bones, I did nothing. I was an Ann Arbor City Council person with a voice to do something, the power to do something, the voice to say something, and I did nothing but watch. Your descendants will be more than disappointed by your inaction. They'll be ashamed. Perhaps they'll even try to distance themselves from you. They'll say, I'm not like them. I would have done something. I would have used my power, no matter how little I may have had, for the preservation of all people. Hopefully they will. That is your future if you continue what you're doing right now. Like the quiet masses dedicated to neutrality in the face of slavery, discrimination, and apartheid, which is happening right now. That is, unless you call for a ceasefire. Then you'll be remembered as someone of action, as someone on the right side of history, as a champion for the lives of the innocents, of children. You will make your job as a city council person actually mean something more than gas versus electric. Was it lawnmowers or something like that? Don't let this moment go to waste. And I just want to say to my Jewish brothers and sisters, we don't hate you. Our goal is liberation of all people, Black liberation, Latino liberation, Palestinian liberation. Jewish liberation is our liberation. The liberation of one people begets liberation of all people. Free Palestine, end apartheid.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ariel Levy.
Okay, good evening. My name is Ariel Levy. I am a dual Israeli-American citizen. I grew up in Israel, moved to the U.S. when I was 22. First, I want to acknowledge the Council for the sensitivity and desire to hear from their constituents. My concern is not with the content of Resolution DC-1, more than the fact that we're even having this conversation here. Us discussing this here is forcing the masses, many of which are not specialists in the matter, to choose sides, like this is some kind of sports match, or something that it's just black and white. This further divides, and all pained people on all sides can't focus on what we need to do, which is lead healthy, constructive conversation and try to move forward from this awful pain. When I say pain, I am talking about both sides. What Israel went through and continues to go through since the October 7th massacre and 136 hostages that we still don't know their fate is our pain. It's a valid pain, period. What the Palestinians have gone through in history and what they're going through in Gaza right now is also awful. That should be said as well, period. As Ann Arbor is one of the more educated populations in the U.S., I do expect us all to do better when it comes to political discourse. All I'm hearing, black and white. Israel's oppressor, Palestinians are victims, Hamas is a liberator. No, Hamas is a terrorist organization. Black and white. We need to hear more gray. I have no problem giving gray on the Israeli side. I oppose Netanyahu's government. I have personally been in Tel Aviv and protested against them with my many Israeli friends, and there's a sane population there that is trying to fight this awful regime. Israel needs a stable democratic government, no doubt. Now, please show me some gray on the Palestinian side. I want to hear this from the other side. Let's talk about Qatari money. Let's talk about Iranian funding. Let's talk about Iran's call to wipe Israel off the map. Let's talk about the poor Iranian population is actually stuck with a similar issue with the Ayatollah and their willingness to spill Arab blood, be it Palestinian, Lebanese, Yemeni, Syrian, just so they can attack Israel without getting their hands dirty. Let's talk about Hamas versus Fatah. Let's talk about let me talk, please. Let's talk about what percentage of Palestinian reality is their own responsibility, because it cannot be 0%. Let's talk about what if this is Israel's fault. It is not 100%. We need a place to talk about these painful things. It's not a city hall. I'm always open to doing that. And I'm asking people to come forward and let's have an honest, painful conversation, because if we can't talk in a safe place in Ann Arbor, we will not be able to resolve this back home. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next... Sir. Sir. Ma'am. Having reached 45 minutes, we'll now move on. The balance of the public speakers will have their opportunity to speak at public comment overflow at the tail end of our full meeting. Oh, yeah, that's right. I am reminded that one of our speakers was not present, and as a consequence, we have had 14 public speakers rather than 15, although it has taken 45 minutes. And we are committed to rolling through the first 15 who are available, and so it's proper to include Mr. Katsman. So our next public speaker is Jared Katsman. Thank you, Councilmember.
I speak on behalf of the Ceasefire Coalition and as a proud Jewish resident of the Ann Arbor community. This is a simple, uncontroversial resolution. It is a call for peace. It is bare bones, and it is the bare minimum that we as a city can do. It calls for a bilateral and lasting ceasefire, release of all hostages, and a sufficient humanitarian aid. The resolution is a result of compromises. It is not pro-Palestinian or anti-Israel resolution. And so here are the compromises we see. It doesn't need to mention the number of Palestinian children killed, the number of limbs amputated, the number of men and women and families erased. 30,000 Palestinians killed and counting. 11,000 children. The number of children killed in Gaza is higher than the entire death toll of the siege of Sarajevo in Bosnia, which lasted for 4 years. More than 10 children each day for the last 3 months, on average, have lost one or both legs in Gaza, including babies. That's a lifetime of pain management and medical care. 2.2 million people in Gaza are experiencing catastrophic levels of hunger through an Israeli-made famine, with food on the other side of the border. Over 70% of all homes have been destroyed. Even Bernie Sanders said that the 3 months has been more destructive than the whole 2 years of the bombardment of Dresden. The leading scholars of genocide, including Israeli scholars, have warned that this is a genocide, as 375 experts on violence had warned us in late October. This resolution does not need to mention that in 2022, 18 journalists were killed in Ukraine and 67 worldwide, but over 109 journalists have been killed in Gaza alone. With the assassination of journalists, there's the political campaign to deny them the status of journalists and civilian. And there's a national campaign to criminalize speech for Palestinian freedom and equality right here in Ann Arbor. It doesn't need to mention 75 years of occupation, an 18-year siege, or a deadly day in October, or the number of Palestinians, children killed in the West Bank well before October 7th. It doesn't need to mention attacks on civilian infrastructure, including 600 attacks on vital medical infrastructure, or that 375 doctors and nurses have been killed by Israel, and it does not have to mention political prisoners and administrative detention or conditions in Israeli prisons, including torture and rape. Or doesn't need to mention the killing of professors and researchers, or condemn the snuff videos released by Israeli soldiers celebrating the destruction of just ordinary life. It does not mention US military aid or taxes. There's so much that it does not say. Those are our compromises, and we stand in favor of this resolution. It only takes the side of humanity, and we all ask you is to vote in favor of it. Nothing in it is controversial. Nothing should cause in any of our community to feel attacked or devalued. It is a collective call for peace.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Song.
Seeing as we have significant overflow for public comments, I'll reserve comments on the agenda. Instead, I'll just speak to asking y'all for help. Jewish Family Services Resettlement Team is looking to welcome a family of 7 with 2 children that have significant physical and mental disabilities. So they're looking for housing in Ypsi and Ann Arbor that's suitable for this family. It has wheelchair access, and this is they're looking for a 4 to 5 bedroom home in the area, so that this family can receive the services that they need as they resettle additional families here. So, should I repeat it? Oh.
Thank you.
The mayor, and we can't hear you guys.
Well,
I can
With your mics.
I can speak up.
Yeah.
So I'm reading an email asking for help as Jewish Family Services is looking to resettle a refugee family. They're looking for a home that's wheelchair accessible because children are being resettled have significant physical and mental disabilities. So we're looking for a home, a 4 to 5 bedroom home. So if you know a homeowner who's willing to rent as they try to resettle this family, you can reach out to Marissa Steiber. That's msteiber, mstieber @jfsannarbor.org. If we're going to talk about being a welcoming, loving, peaceful community, I would really love it if we could find a home for this family. As the firstborn of refugees, I think that's something we can do together. Thank you.
Further communication from council. We have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Cornell, second by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion of the consent agenda. All in favor? Opposed? The consent agenda is approved with 11 council members present, all vote in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA 7. That is all. Is that right? Yes. In the absence of public hearings, we move on to A1. I have before us the work session minutes of December 11 and regular session meeting minutes of December 18, 2023. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Watson, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of A1. All in favor? Opposed? The minutes are approved. C1, an ordinance to amend Section 9158 of Chapter 112, Non-Discrimination of Title 9 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor to prohibit city contractors' inquiry into job applicants' criminal history until after conditional offer of employment, and require city contractors to document efforts to employ local persons for city construction contracts. Moved by Councilmember Ghazi Edwin, seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Ghazi Edwin.
Thank you, Mayor. So, this change to our NDO is really just about demonstrating our values as a city. By bringing this ordinance change, we are asking contractors to use the same hiring process with their employees that we use in the city, or to not ask about an applicant's criminal legal history throughout the interview process until a conditional job offer is made. We don't engage in any inquiry into the criminal legal history of a candidate until we potentially decide whether or not they're a good fit, because we want to be able to fully evaluate whether or not the person is a good fit for the job, just as who they are as a person. If something does come up, we discuss it with the candidate. They can appeal any decision we make, and then we can decide to move forward. We have been using this practice since 2014, and now we're asking that our contractors, our future contractors, also use this. To make this change, we would amend Chapter 112 of our non-discrimination ordinance, the section that is specific to contractors. Again, this will only apply to contractors' employees who work with us, not all of their employees, and it will only apply to contractors going forward, not retroactively. This would apply to all contracts of goods, services, and construction over $25,000. If colleagues have questions, I know a memo was sent out by the city attorney's office as well in regards to whether or not this violates state preemption. So I ask for all of your support tonight at the table. Thank you.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Ghazi Edwin, for bringing this forward to us tonight, and I'm delighted to co-sponsor it. When I moved from journalism into public relations, my first client that I worked with was the ACLU of Michigan, helping to launch their Smart Justice campaign to fight mass incarceration and reduce the prison population. And this was one of the main pillars of that campaign when we launched it, was ban the box. And I'm really glad that I've now been able to participate in doing that here in Ann Arbor, and I hope my colleagues will support it.
Further discussion? Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I think this is great. Please add me as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Harrison.
You want to go? When we discuss recidivism and rehabilitation, we often express a desire for success in those reentering society post-convention. But these good intentions are not enough, and as a city that enforces laws, we also shoulder the responsibility of aiding in rehabilitation. This includes promoting employment opportunities and intervening positively where necessary. I stand firmly behind this ordinance prohibiting city contractors from asking about a job applicant's criminal history until after a conditional offer is made. It's crucial for employers to see the person as they are today and not solely define them by their past. This ordinance recognizes the potential for transformation and growth in every individual. And I just want to say thank you to Councilmember Gaziedwan for adding another way for the city to participate in genuine rehabilitation and integration into society of those with criminal convictions. Thank you.
Further, Councilmember Dish, then Radina.
I just want to thank my colleagues for bringing this wonderful amendment, and I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Radina.
Thank you. I'd similarly like to just thank my colleagues for bringing this forward. One of the earliest things that I got to vote on in joining council was banning the box in housing in Ann Arbor. And so I think this is a great addition to our non-discrimination ordinance as well. And I would also ask to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC1, resolution announcing rising hate and discrimination in Ann Arbor and calling for a lasting bilateral ceasefire in Gaza and Israel. Moved by Councilmember Gaziedwan, seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion, please, of DC1. Councilmember Gaziedwan.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off just by saying thank you to everyone who came today and expressing all your diverse opinions on this issue. And I want to acknowledge, the very real pain that is in this room. The purpose of this resolution is to call for a ceasefire and for peace. This is not a partisan resolution. It is not anti-anyone. It's about humanity. It's about protecting life. And it calls for everyone to be safe, protected, and to have what they need to survive. Many people in this room have spoken to the events over the last months and years, and many do work around these issues, and I encourage them to continue this advocacy work in our local community calling for peace and justice. This resolution is about addressing the very real increased pain and fear that many of our community members are feeling right now. We have heard from people for weeks that this is a local issue and how it is different from other conflicts. The fact that this room is full says very clearly that people do experience this as a local issue. We deliberately chose to not have any whereas clauses because what's important for us as a body to do right now as a city is to stand by all residents and their pain, to affirm their pain and experiences, and not to further divide by going into the near or distant past or comparing death tolls and destruction. I've previously spoken about the horrific acts of violence on October 7th, as well as the continued violence in Palestine. The place for that discussion is not in a resolution that calls for peace for everyone. The point is that this has to stop. This is a resolution that numerous constituencies and communities have had time to react to, including on specific verbiage. Giving multiple constituencies time to react to it was important. Leaders from the Jewish Federation have said they are not opposed to it, although they have expressed their views very clearly about this coming forward. Jewish Voice for Peace members are not opposed to it. Palestinian, Arabs, Muslim, and pacifist voices are not opposed to it. It takes no sides. It is minimalist in order to bring us together and not to further divide us. I hope that with my colleagues' support of this resolution tonight, which calls for a bilateral lasting ceasefire, release of all hostages, unrestricted aid to Palestine, support of Congresswoman Dingell's statement, and a condemnation of rising hate here in our local community, we will show all of our community members that we are here with them, that we mourn alongside with them, and that we as a city are always on the side of peace and justice. This process has also demonstrated to me the necessity of having diverse voices in the room to pass inclusive policy. I hope the new people that have started to come to our meetings for the first time because of this conflict continue to stay engaged and involved in our city to help us pass policies and programs that represent the needs and wants of every single one of us. To the people who helped to bring this resolution forward, both in the community and those on council, thank you. And a special thank you to Councilmember Briggs, who provided unwavering support and allyship throughout this process. Thank you.
Again, please, with signs, if there are people behind you, please keep them below shoulder level. Thank you. Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. Over the last 3 months, I've heard over and over again from both Jewish and Palestinian community members about the dangers of remaining silent. We have been urged to speak up about the horrors of October 7th when Hamas killed over 1,200 people, injured at least 6,000 more, and took 240 people hostage. The brutality of this event was unprecedented and shook the world. More Jews were killed on October 7th than on any day since the Holocaust. The response to this display of evil has been one of more horror and devastation. In Gaza, over 1.7 million Palestinians have been displaced and forced to flee their homes. Over 30,000 people have been killed, 70% women and children, over 58,000 injured. Save the Children now reports that on average, 10 children have lost one or both of their legs every day in Gaza since October 7th. It is the most dangerous place on earth to be a child. There is only one barely functioning hospital remaining in Gaza. It operates with no running water and often with no pain medication to even provide the most basic relief. I could go on. The humanitarian crisis and horrors being reported are truly too great to fathom. This resolution is a call to action. It does not speak to the horrors in the history. We have heard in this room over and over how many stories and collective trauma exist. Rather, it is simple and to the point. We do not want our collective message to be lost or misconstrued. We need our federal leaders to lead. Some, like Congresswoman Dingell, have already raised their voices calling for a bilateral ceasefire. Others have not. We call for an immediate bilateral ceasefire, a release of hostages, unrestricted humanitarian aid to prevent the deaths of so many innocent civilians. This resolution is also a declaration of what we stand for as a community, who we strive to be, an inclusive community, a tolerant community, a community that will stand with and protect even those we disagree with from harm and discrimination. Across the U.S., acts of hate and discrimination against Arab American, Jewish, Muslim, and Palestinians are on the rise. Ann Arbor has not been immune to this rising hate and intolerance. I have spoken to Jewish, Muslim, and Palestinian community members who have received death threats, who have been harassed, who have been doxxed. Sadly, intolerance and hatred is not new here. We have a synagogue, Beth Israel, that has had a few bigots outside of it every week for almost 20 years. What is new is the widespread nature of the bigotry and heightened fear across our community. We must stand with each other, with our Arab, Israeli, Palestinian, Jewish, Muslim, and other community members directly impacted by this crisis. Residents who have lost loved ones and fear for the safety of their community here in Ann Arbor and abroad. We must not bring this war to Ann Arbor. I truly appreciate Councilmember Ghazi Edwin's leadership on this issue, and I'm grateful for the community members, Palestinian and Jewish, and council members who have worked with us to prepare this resolution. You have been generous with your time and with your wisdom. I am grateful that our community has reached out to us with their stories. They have come to City Hall, many for the first time, to implore us to act. There are no perfect words, but I hope that we can raise our voices tonight in a call for peace.
Councilor Ackman.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think I can say with confidence that no one on this body wants to create division or further divide our community. So it's been really difficult as an elected representative that seeks to do good in their community to reconcile that some community members feel that not passing such a resolution alienates them and makes them feel unsafe, and others say passing any resolution is alienating to them. So first off, I want to express gratitude for all of the hard conversations and the work that went into this. Fundamentally, this resolution is a call for peace, both abroad and here in Ann Arbor. It does not, as several have said already, choose sides, except for the side of our common humanity. I do maintain that City Council needs to focus first and foremost on local issues that it has direct responsibility for and control over. Local laws, zoning, building new sidewalks, funding election centers, police, fire, and gas-powered leaf blowers as part of our commitment to carbon reduction. But it is difficult to deny that this has become a local issue. So I see the resolution as it's written now, a call for a ceasefire on all sides and a release of hostages, as being primarily a call to our congressional delegation to use their influence to work for a real and lasting peace. As well, this resolution expresses its unwavering support for all Arab, Israeli, Palestinian, Jewish, Muslim, and other members of the community who are impacted, each of whom has the right to learn, work, worship, gather, advocate, mourn, and celebrate free from intimidation, harassment, doxing, and fear of violence. And it is my sincerest hope that this creates a climate in which our community can heal and avoid turning their trauma and pain into conflict and hatred here.
Councilmember Watson.
Over multiple council meetings, the comments we have heard have spanned the breadth of views in the community on this conflict, revealing the depth of pain felt in this city and also around this table. Community members have voiced how this conflict has touched their lives in ways that I cannot pithily sum up. For me, this resolution is a statement that Ann Arbor City Council stands on the side of peace. Each person has a right to their own interpretation, but anyone who would twist the words of this resolution to cause harm, to divide this community, or isolate its members must take responsibility for their own conduct. Whether you believe it doesn't say enough or that council shouldn't be speaking on this issue at all, I hope that, with time to heal, you can still trust council members to work on your behalf, answer your questions, and improve the city we live in. The pain some feel is too great for this to be possible immediately, and I understand. It is both true that council has not and will not be able to speak on every international conflict, and true that previous councils have spoken out in times of international strife. I have heard comments I disagree with that were in support of this resolution, and comments that I agree with that were against this resolution. All I am able to do is vote on the resolve clauses before us tonight. I'll be supporting this resolution in the hope of a lasting peace.
Councilmember Dish.
Following so much eloquence is difficult, but I will just briefly say we are a diverse and plural community, and this humanitarian crisis strains relations in our city, in our classrooms, and across our dinner tables. I thank my colleagues who crafted this call for peace with care and courage, and who worked in conversation with multiple community groups. I am pleased and grateful and honestly relieved to support it, and I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Further discussion? The role of local government is to improve basic services and enhance quality of life. This is our remit, and barring special circumstances, we should stick to it. When those special circumstances arise, when the experience of our community members require it, we do speak out outside of our remit occasionally in support of the vulnerable among us, in support of those who are suffering. We have done so, and we've spoken out against the Muslim ban, the Show Us Your Papers Act, anti-Asian hate, or when we condemned the weekly, decades-long anti-Semitic picketing at Beth Israel. When we do these things, we do them as the voice of the community. Whether the effort succeeds or fails, the effort creates social good, social cohesion, because the whole speaks out in support of a group in need. This resolution makes a similar effort, looking to speak to community pain and for members in need of support. The circumstances here, however, are perhaps unique in this regard, because in this instance there are multiple and diverse communities, with ties of family, religion, and history to Israel and Gaza, all with a commonality of deep pain that deserves recognition, just as our ability to address that pain wholly is inadequate because the source of that pain divides. Whether we are able here to avoid the risk of material dislocation created by even our engagement, I do not know, but I do know that the sponsors have tried. I'm so grateful to the sponsors for their heartfelt and earnest efforts to bring forward a resolution that avoids condemnation and enables a focus on the future. This resolution affirms our long-standing opposition to racial, ethnic, and religious discrimination, and our insistence that people of every religion, ethnicity, and nation should be free to speak and worship and advocate here without fear of harassment. The resolution does not take a position on the causes or circumstances of disputes, and it calls for things that I believe most all decontextualized would support wholeheartedly: the release of hostages, humanitarian aid, a lasting bilateral ceasefire. In other words, it calls for peace. Because the text of the resolution indeed focuses on this lasting peace without aggression or condemnation, because it affirms pluralism and freedom from discrimination and harassment, because it affirms and makes clear that if you are an Arab, a Jew, an Israeli, a Muslim, a Palestinian, you belong here in Ann Arbor. You are an inextricable and necessary part of us. For these reasons, I will support this resolution. A wise leader recently observed in the presence of many of us that a bird needs two wings. And even as I and we support this resolution and hope that it does work to accomplish that local peace, it must be acknowledged that there is risk. Because even as the resolution brings comfort to some, it does bring pain and dislocation to others. And so as we call for a lasting peace abroad, let us take this opportunity to commit to act for a greater peace here at home by taking a sober and greater notice and responsibility for each other. When you hear the pain of the other, reach out and ask how you can help. Because indeed there is only one path with the promise of unity, and that is for us all to recognize and act upon our common humanity, to share and validate, and crucially to speak the grief of the other even as we grieve ourselves. Further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? The resolution is approved. DC2, resolution directing the city administrator to appoint a sweat-free procurement advisory group to evaluate the city's apparel vendors and their global supply chains for compliance with acceptable labor standards. Moved by Councilmember Iyer, seconded by Councilmember Song. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. So this resolution is another step in aligning our city procurement of goods and services with our values. It specifically looks at the procurement of apparel for city workers, the uniforms and the like. And the goal here is to try to ensure that the companies that we are procuring apparel from are not getting them from sweatshops. This is a sweat-free ordinance, resolution, sorry. We're looking at, basically, by supporting this, we are having the city administrator appoint a sweat-free procurement advisory group. This will be a small body that will review all city contractors that procure apparel for the city and determine whether they use sweatshop suppliers. This group will also develop a sweat-free list of potential city vendors whose factories and global supply chains are deemed compliant with acceptable labor standards. And for those labor standards, we are using the International Labor Organization's fundamental principles and rights at work. Those are freedom of association and the effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining, the elimination of all forms of forced or compulsory labor, the effective abolition of child labor, and the elimination of discrimination in respect of employment and occupation. And Going forward then, once we have this sweat-free list, we will be asking the city administrator to as well provide us with essentially a financial impact statement so that we can understand how living our values through this new procurement opportunity will impact us or not going forward.
Further discussion? Councilmember Dish, sorry.
I don't want to discuss, I just want to thank, and if I could be added as a co-sponsor, I'd be grateful.
Further discussion? Councilmember Iyer.
I was remiss in giving a special shout out to the community member who brought this issue to us, Ian Robinson, who is the president of the Huron Valley Area Labor Federation, and who does work with national across the country on sweat-free procurement. So, thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC3, resolution to sell 404 North Ashley to the Ann Arbor Housing Development Corporation for the amount of $1, moved by Councilmember Briggs, seconded by Councilmember Cornell. Discussion, please, at DC3. Councilmember Briggs.
So by way of background, in 2019, City Council approved a resolution directing the Ann Arbor Housing Commission to develop 404 North Ashley as affordable housing. It's my understanding that it will take at least another year for the Housing Commission to proceed through the process to develop the site for affordable housing. In the meantime, the Housing Commission plans to modestly renovate the site to enable the administrative offices of the Interfaith Hospitality Network, Alpha House, and the Shelter Association of Washtenaw County to move into the space in order to enable the respective organizations to expand winter sheltering in their respective buildings. And as noted, the city proposes to sell the property to the Housing Commission for $1. That is my way of background. I don't know if Ms. Hall has anything else that she wishes to add from a staff perspective.
Further discussion? Councilmember Song.
Thank you, Councilmember Briggs, for bringing this forward. I know our Housing Commission Director, Jennifer Hall, has been working really quickly to try to turn this around before the weather turned. As we all know, we have double the number of homeless families this year compared to this time last year. So within the county, we're looking at over 600 families who are homeless now. And despite the resources that they have and support from other institutions like the schools and nonprofit service providers, just having even a temporary sheltering space for families beyond what Alpha House can provide, which is not as many families as we think. I think it's like 10 or 11 families they can house at a time. That's not 600. So the space will be used, I think, fairly quickly once it's renovated. And I know the service agencies are really appreciative for the city to extend the space. So thank you.
Councilmember Adina.
Thanks. I also just wanted to note, because one of the resolve clauses calls for notifying the University of Michigan of the immediate termination of the community dental center lease, which currently exists for the property. Just wanted to note for anyone that the community dental center ceased their operations there in the fall, and the University of Michigan has been participating in this transition. And so for anyone who might have read that and been concerned that the community dental center was being evicted, they are part of this transition and have been making plans. So they are not operating there currently.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC4, resolution reaffirming the commitment to establish an unarmed crisis response program in the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Harrison, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC4. Councilmember Harrison.
As many of you know, I am deeply invested in ensuring that the city of Ann Arbor addresses mental health and public health issues in a safe and effective way. I ran for city council to give voice to those in my ward and beyond who desperately want a crisis response option that does not bring armed police officers to their door. An unarmed crisis response program, or UCRP, is an essential part of this community's safer future, and I intend to see it through. Unfortunately, for weeks, misconception has been circulating about the city's RFP process for the unarmed crisis response program. Let's dispel those false claims right now. Rumors are spreading that City Council voted to cancel the RFP during a closed session. By definition, a closed session is a part of a meeting that is closed to the public and not subject to the Open Meetings Act. Closed sessions involve privileged conversations between City Council and the attorneys who represent us. Votes are never taken during a closed session. No vote took place in closed session or at any other time regarding the RFP for the Unarmed Crisis Response Program. Another rumor is that the City Council hadn't reviewed the one proposal received before voting it down. It is important that you understand that council members do not personally review proposals. We depend on a team of subject matter experts on city staff to review the proposals and advise us on the best course of action. And again, there was no vote to cancel the RFP. Another common misconception is that if only one proposal is received for an RFP, the city must accept it. That is not the case. If the city issued an RFP to build a parking structure, and the only group who responded had spent their entire lives building cars, city staff would undoubtedly reject the proposal and reissue the RFP. It is our duty to ensure that no proposal is accepted unless it safely, effectively, and fully meets the city's needs. Finally, I want to put the community at ease regarding the obligation of ARPA funds for the Unarmed Crisis Response Program. Funds are not obligated through the RFP process, so canceling the RFP did not cancel the program itself. Council obligated $3.5 million to this program in April 2022, and we remain committed to seeing a safe and successful unarmed crisis response program in the city of Ann Arbor. Let me make it crystal clear. Our unarmed crisis response program has not been canceled by the city, and I will not allow misinformation to breed fear and mistrust between the city and the community we so proudly serve. The Unarmed Crisis Response Program is moving forward. The resolution I am offering tonight ensures that it will move forward quickly and effectively. Our community deserves nothing less. Thank you.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and thank you to Councilmember Harrison and the sponsors for bringing this forward. I don't want to speak for everyone on this body, but I think my sentiment is likely shared that I don't think anyone was, I don't think many of us were as disappointed as, or we were all just as disappointed as community members in acknowledging that the original proposal needed to be rejected. And this is something that all of us have committed our support to. We want to see unarmed crisis response here in the community. It's something that we've all voted for in different capacities, whether it was to initially establish it or to designate funds to support it. And so this is absolutely going to continue. I appreciate Councilmember Harrison bringing this forward to reaffirm that from this body. But I just want to reiterate, I mean, my thanks for the people who have been putting work into trying to develop this program. I know that there's a lot of frustration from the bidder. Care-based safety is made up of a lot of community members who, frankly, have friendly and positive working relationships with members of this body and with the city in various capacities. And so this isn't something that any of us, we're happy about. So I just want to reiterate our support for unarmed crisis response. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor as well, please, because this is a program we've got to get done, and I think it's important for us to reaffirm that.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I too was deeply, deeply disappointed upon learning that the RFP needed to be reissued. This program is really, really important to me, and I know that sentiment is shared widely across the table. I appreciate Councilmember Harrison bringing this forward, not only to reaffirm our commitment to this program, but also to establish a timeline that community members can rely on. Councilmember Ackman and I, over the weekend, had a meeting with two of our constituents who have been deeply involved in CROWS, the advisory group, and reaffirmed our commitment to them as well. And I really want to stress that the resolve clause dealing with outreach to ensure or to try to ensure multiple bids is just a recognition that, that's what we want in a city RFP process. We want to receive multiple bids so that we can choose the one that best fits what we're looking for and will best serve the city. So again, I'm 100%, 1,000% committed to making sure that this program goes forward.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, thank you to Councilmember Harrison for bringing this forward and for reaffirming our support for this. I appreciate the effort to correct the misconceptions as well that have been out in the community, and also reaffirm my support for that and ask to be listed as a co-sponsor.
Further discussion? Councilmember Song, then Watson.
Another issue that I've heard brought up in community is the concern that our police are not in support of this effort, and that's not true. If you followed our police chief interviews, every single candidate who came and looking to do this work in Ann Arbor came prepared to be in support of unarmed crisis response. When this first came to council as an idea, a well-researched idea, the thought was that this is meant to make sure that folks are getting the services they need in a more efficient, a more timely, a more compassionate manner. And that hasn't changed from that idea from the vote and moving through staff. Implementation is different from implementing a dream can be difficult, but it's not impossible, as we've seen in other cities around the country. So I think Councilmember Harrison to putting some worries to rest, knowing that we are still committed to making sure that our community members are well served. I also just want to point out that, we are having this conversation now and reaffirming our commitment, but it's also a good opportunity to understand what public safety means throughout our community. Our mental health millage, our county mental health millage is up for renewal next year. So it's a really good time as we all go into budgeting on public safety, on policing, to think about not just this particular program, this particular RFP, but what policing means in general, especially as a public health issue, and not just a public safety issue.
Councilmember Watson.
My colleagues have really said it. Thank you to Councilmember Harrison for putting this forward. I also want to reiterate my support for this as a service that we want to provide to community members. I had a community member reach out to me concerned that perhaps this meant that council had strayed from the values that we professed in terms of seeking an unarmed response program, and nothing could be further from the truth. I believe we're all committed to the values that not every call for help needs to be answered by someone with a gun. For that reason, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Further discussion? Sorry, Councilmember Dish. My apologies.
No need to apologize. Thank you. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Song.
If I can also add, if you want to see how we've demonstrated the urgency and need in putting this resolution into practice, kind of as a trial, is if you look at Supportive Connections, a program that we funded through the prosecutor's office using marijuana tax revenue. And that's a team of social workers who work downtown in response to substance abuse, mental health crises. And that's been going on for 2 years now. So we are not working from nothing to something. We are gradually trying to get to a place where our community does not have to rely on our police when they're in crisis.
Further discussion? I'd just like to, restate my thanks for Councilmember Harrison for driving the bus on this and for speaking so directly on the point here. unarmed crisis response is something that I and we have been looking at and advocating for and working towards for quite some time now. And it is a disappointment that we do have this stumble. And I'm grateful for the community support and the community engagement, both from members of the public who are affiliated with and members of the public who are not affiliated with the bidder, and indeed, all advocacy groups on this point. I and I believe the council, and I believe too, as a consequence, the municipal organization are committed to ensuring that downstream the community members of the city of Ann Arbor receive the benefit of an unarmed crisis response program that meets all the legal, safety, accountability, and administrative exigencies of a government-funded program. The people of Ann Arbor deserve that, and we are going to do our best to ensure that it happens. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's approved. DC 5, resolution to approve street closures of the University of Michigan Football National Championship Parade on Saturday, January 13, 2024, from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. Moved by Councilmember Harrison, seconded by Councilmember Watson. Discussion, please, of DC 5. Councilmember Harrison, tell us about it.
Go Blue.
What more need be said? Further discussion? Everybody loves a parade. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. Do we have the pleasure of a closed session today, Ms. Kaur?
Yes, Mayor Taylor, I would like to request a closed session under MCL 15.268, Section 8H, to discuss a privileged and confidential memo provided to council on January 9th, 2024. Thank you.
May I have a motion, please, to go into closed session on that basis? Moved by Councilmember Rodino, seconded by Councilmember Watson. Discussion. Roll call vote, please, starting with.
Councilmember Song.
Councilmember Song.
Councilmember Song.
Yes.
Councilmember Watson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodino.
Yes.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwan.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer. Yes. Councilmember Ackman.
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yes.
Councilmember Cornell.
Yes.
Councilmember Dish.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We're in closed session. To refresh folks' recollection, we're going to now go upstairs for closed session. We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Ghazi Edwin, second by Councilmember Watson. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. Do we have the pleasure of communications today from our city attorney?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We now have public comment overflow time. Public comment overflow, the rules are the same. The speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, both here and in the room, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk or the time clock will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Kat Hadley. Pardon me, our next speaker is Kat Hadley.
Hey everyone. Sorry, I was ready and then I wasn't. All right. My name is Kat Hadley. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor. I'm a library board trustee and I'm a Truman Scholar. As someone who works deeply on the federal level of politics, I'm aware that Ann Arbor passing the bilateral ceasefire resolution will not create an immediate stop to the violence. But I am thrilled that you have passed the ceasefire resolution brought by Councilperson Edwin Ghazi and others. Sorry, Ghazi Edwin, I'm dyslexic, just for the record. In the face of suffering, our humanity has to prevail. This is our collective responsibility to prioritize the preservation of human life in our world. All forms of oppression are interconnected and reinforce each other, and none can be fought in isolation. What good is our power if not used in defense of our fellow human beings? This crisis is a local issue. When people in our community are seeing thousands of people who share their identities being killed, unarmed civilians, children, real people with real lives just like all of us standing and sitting here, even if it's across the world, it impacts our neighbors and makes them feel unsafe here and everywhere. We all grew up in a post-9/11 world, and we saw the impact that it had on our Muslim community and the people that had to survive that. It is our duty to speak up on their behalf. The calling of public service is to act towards the greatest good for all people. And when you step into that power of public service, you make a commitment to the greatest good, and people expect you to honor it. All leaders must take collective action to create a ceasefire. I know lots of you personally, and I know the professional and political stakes for taking this action, but we have to do it anyways, because anything less will forever be a stain on our collective conscience. And while it may haunt us that we refused to act till now, you took real steps today to become a beacon of humanity and hope in a dark world. So let us all be the leaders the world needs. Let us be the public servants that we have sworn in to be, and let us hold ourselves to the highest good for all of humanity. Because if we cannot use our positions of power to speak up in times of injustice, then we never deserve to be trusted with that power in the first place. I thank you for passing this resolution.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ember McCoy. Ember McCoy. Our next.
Ember McCoy. Press star
Yes.
6. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ember McCoy. I live in Ward 4, and I'm here tonight to comment on the resolution reaffirming the commitment to establish an unarmed crisis response program in the city. And I appreciate you all affirming your commitment to this, but I'm here to say that I've been extremely frustrated by how this process has gone. I think this resolution ignores the reality of how slow, anti-democratic, and closed the process to get a program has been. And to me, this resolution was only on the table tonight for each of you to grandstand about your commitment to those who aren't paying attention while doing nothing to get an actual program on the ground. This resolution states that city staff made the determination that the sole proposal received didn't meet the needs of the city. This is care-based safety, which wasn't named. And I want to raise two key issues I have with this resolution, transparency and timeline. So the resolution states that the City Council is mindful of and trained by the ARPA reporting requirements, the Arbor requirements, and that includes an urgent timeline. Yet this process has been nothing but moving at a snail's pace for years. The resolution itself noted that they received feedback in March 2023, but the request for proposals went out in August 2023, and yet we didn't know the city took until late December to tell the one applicant that they didn't meet the expectation without an interview, without communication, without feedback. If we're suddenly in a rush to meet the ARPA funding deadline, why did it take so long to get here? And why didn't the RFP have the scope the city wanted in the first place? We also heard that one of the reasons for care-based safety's denial was because they wouldn't have a fully operational program within 2 years. But this isn't in the request for proposals, and it also goes directly against the approach that other cities have taken, which is made clear by the extensive research and intentionally outlined details in care-based safety's proposals. The resolution also states that the City Council understands the importance of transparency in the programs developed, yet we're here today with no information on what grounds city staff determined that CBS didn't meet their expectations, nor did CBS get any feedback themselves. I've been told that CBS can reapply based on the feedback they've received, but they didn't receive any. So what exactly didn't meet the RFP, and why wasn't there an interview or negotiation as the RFP states? Who has the power to evaluate this proposal, and why, and what expertise and research do they have to show
30
that
seconds.
what is picked is good enough? I'm not sure if any of you have read the August request for proposals as well as the sole proposals application, but I have. And what I found is a proposal that fully met the request for proposals and put together a thoughtful, well-researched, and groundbreaking program that was developed by and for long-term community members, informed by the very community members in this community that have been pushing for this program well before City Council took it up as their own. The City Council likes to posture as progressive, perhaps the most progressive in the city has ever had, the most progressive in Michigan, so let's see it. We waited for months for the city to catch up to others on the ceasefire resolution. We waited for years for community unarmed response, and we're ready to see some action.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ifat Hussein. Ifat Hussein. Our next speaker is Avi Panchafram.
Hello, my name is Avi Taknafram. I'm an Ann Arbor resident, a grocery store worker, guy in the community. And first of all, I wanted to thank you for passing the ceasefire resolution. I wanted to especially thank Councilmember Aisha Ghazi Edwin for all the work that she has done on this, as well as everyone else who has put work into making this a reality. I also want to reiterate that this is the absolute 100% bare minimum.
Yes.
This resolution, although it is necessary for our community, it does not call for the city to divest. It doesn't call for the city to, remove, the banking that it does with Chase Bank, which has helped to fund genocide. It does not call for the city to condemn some of the actions that the university has taken to crack down against the students that have been fighting for justice on campus. It doesn't call out the police violence and brutality that students on campus have experienced. It does nothing beyond simply state that we don't support mass murder. And while I am very glad that the City Council has come out and said that they do not support mass murder, I think that we need to go further, and we will go further. I also want to reiterate what Ember said about the unarmed police response. I think that I could in no way say it as eloquently or as thoroughly and well put as her, so I will let her statement stand. But I want to say that many of us in the community, including those of us who have experienced police violence around this very issue, are watching, and we won't forget what people do in this time. And I'm saying this as a Jewish resident of Ann Arbor. I'm saying this as someone who has a cousin who is a hostage. I'm saying this as someone who knows many people in Israel, who has family in Israel. And, for me, it is the memories of my grandmother's generation and my great-grandmother's generation, the one that experienced the Holocaust. And for me, I see the look in the eyes. My grandmother sent me a packet of information, including family members, right after they got off the train on Auschwitz, and I see the look in their eyes. There's a look when someone is experiencing genocide. It is a look of fear, depression, anger, and vacancy. And every time I see an image of a Palestinian undergoing the brutal bombardment and
Thank you.
occupation, it is the same exact look.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Stoller Schulk. Richard Stoller Schulk. Our next speaker is Sana Shakur. Sana Shakur by
Caller
phone.
is on Zoom.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 717. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share my statement. I speak to you as a member of this beloved community to express my strong support for the ceasefire resolution that you just passed, and I'm thrilled that you approved it. By endorsing this resolution, you took a significant step towards fostering an environment where our community members can feel secure, heard, and valued. Demanding to end targeted attacks of homes, schools, hospitals, and places of worship is the humane and morally correct thing to do. Passing this resolution shows that our community of Ann Arbor stands for justice and peace for all and for protecting the future of our children. I thank you wholeheartedly for supporting this resolution and for being on the right side of history. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elliot Schlock. Elliot Schlock. Our next speaker is Suhail Bilbaisi. Pardon me. Thank you.
Hello, peace be upon you all. I would first like to start by thanking you and congratulating you for the vote today. Our friend who spoke earlier mentioned talking about grays instead of blacks and whites. And it was very upsetting because there are some things that are just absolutely true. And massacring tens of thousands, decaying bodies, the smell of decaying bodies in the street as people walk by is just blatantly not right. So I would like to, again, thank you for that and congratulate you. In '86, this city council, not the same people, but the same city council voted to divest from apartheid South Africa. And, that's the city I was born into. So I was a little bit worried, coming in that maybe the city was not the same. So, you all have made me proud. Thanks again. And I think it's a shame that our tax dollars are funding people to be bombed and blown to smithereens, and meanwhile there's homeless here, there's people who have to decide, whether to, newborn infants, whether to if they can afford to give them care or not. And so I think that's just a shame. So thanks again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Blau.
Mayor, I don't see this caller on Zoom.
Our next speaker is Hassan Khan.
Good evening. Thank you, Aisha and Ms. Briggs and Ms. Song for supporting this resolution. And also, I forgot to mention your name. And Avi, I hope your cousin is reunited with his family. And the other hostages. And that the people in Palestine, Jews, Muslims, and Christians, can continue to live peacefully like they have for the last 1,200 years.
That's right.
For the last 1,200 years, they have lived peacefully from 700 AD to 1900. And I hope that peace returns to the Holy Land. And thank you all. That's all I have.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marisa Mercurio.
Caller with the phone number ending in 334. Press star 6 to unmute your phone. Caller 334. Caller 334, go ahead.
Hello. I am speaking here tonight to support a ceasefire resolution. I want to first and foremost thank my comrades here today who have tirelessly worked to see this resolution pass. In light of the resolution passing this evening, for which I am grateful, I want to briefly speak on the relationship between a necessary intersectional solidarity between the Ann Arbor community and our Palestinian brothers and sisters. A ceasefire resolution is essential. It is also the bare minimum. And it is shameful that it has taken this long for such a resolution to come to the floor of the City Council, when so many of our neighboring cities have already done the right thing and voted for a resolution. But a ceasefire is not enough. Our community, here and abroad, continues to suffer, and it will not stop suffering until we recognize that our individual struggles are the same struggles. Increasingly, since the Nakba in 1948, Palestine has been an open-air prison where those indigenous to the land are unable to move freely. They have restricted necessary provisions, such as water and medical care, and limited freedom. Meanwhile, on November 17, 2023, the Division of Public Safety and Security, an arm of the Michigan Police Department, arrested 41 University of Michigan students attending a pro-Palestinian demonstration. Some folks are here tonight to support and reopen conversations on an unarmed police force and crisis response team. This call is not disparate from our call to end genocide and Israeli occupation in Palestine. They are in fact directly connected. The American police force is trained by the Israeli Defense Forces. Weapons and tactics are shared among and between these forces. Those who enact violence against Palestinians and their occupied land train American police forces. This is a local issue. Intersectional activist and scholar Angela Davis spoke on the relationship between what regularly happens in our cities here in the U.S. and in occupied Palestine. In Freedom is a Constant Struggle, she states, quote, what was interesting during the protests in Ferguson was that Palestinian activists noticed that they saw on social media and on television that tear gas canisters that were being used in Ferguson were exactly the same tear gas canisters that were being used against them in occupied Palestine. I'm trying to suggest that there are connections between the militarization of the police in the U.S., which provides a different context for us to analyze the continuing ongoing proliferation of racist police violence and the continuous assault on people in occupied Palestine,
30
the
seconds.
West Bank, and especially in Gaza, unquote. We as a city must divest from Israel. We as a city must provide aid to Palestine. We as a city must end police brutality. We must affirm our commitment to intersectional libertary struggle, reject criminalization, and support those students and community members who have been arrested for exercising their legal right to protest. The ceasefire is a meaningful step forward, but it is not enough. I urge those activists here to keep fighting and city council to listen to their words and actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rajai Mahmood.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I have been a resident of Ann Arbor for last 30 years. I came tonight to demand that ceasefire be permanently. It took this council more than a month to pass the ceasefire resolution. We lived in the world of the social media and the images, the demonstration of the humanity heart, our hearts. Over the time that this council have been discussing this resolution, the war crime and genocide has progressed unabated. Thousands of civilians have been killed and injured until this moment. We are just entering the fourth month this year. We close to the 24 killed, 60,000 injured, and 10,000 disappeared. They even demolished the graves. 70% of Gaza buildings were destroyed. Every day, 180 women are giving birth without water, without painkillers, and without any medical assistance. 2/3 of Gaza war dead are women and children. Israel used all deadly and prohibited weapons against them. The dead are buried mass grave. A dozen of massacres and killing of the civilian without humanity, and they are completely destroyed. Hospitals, schools, mosques, and church. How long will the killing and this destruction continue? Despite all this, Israel says that they are following the international law. What the international law and still killing the civilian? What the kids like babies, and they don't know what's going on around them. And we come here together speaking up to pass the ceasefire. And we are here to help to stop the war and collective punishment and find ways to protect the people of Gaza and all Palestinians from crime attacks against them. And lastly, would like to thank you tonight, guys, for passing the resolution. And this is that's I'm not surprised from my city of Ann Arbor. And also most of the news blaming the Hamas why attacking Israel, and they forgot, and that's Palestine was occupied by Israel 75 years, and Britain was occupied Palestine that time before they left, and they give him that Balfour Declaration, and everybody knows about that, and that's on Google open source nowadays. Just thank you guys. I'm so happy because you are passing the resolution. I hope so. Will be ceasefire stop forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keely Lombardi. Keely Lombardi. Our next speaker is Fadel Nabilsi. Fadel Nabilsi. Our next speaker is Claire Forster.
Thank you to the council members for your persistence in revising and passing this resolution, and thank you to everyone in advance for your time. My name is Claire Ewing Forrester. I have lived in Ann Arbor for most of my life. I attended public schools here. In 2004 and 2005, I represented Ann Arbor at National Youth Poetry competitions. I'm also a graduate of the University of Michigan, where I double majored in creative writing and linguistic anthropology. During my undergraduate years, I was a teaching artist at the Neutral Zone and was, for a time, a core member of Ann Arbor's literary arts community as a poet. My early academic career was focused on the building blocks of poetry, language, and culture. I studied Spanish and Arabic, worked a summer for the YMCA in Spain, and spent a semester abroad at the American University in Cairo in 2008, which changed the course of my life. I eventually went back for grad school at AUC and lived again in Cairo from 2012 to 2015. I shifted my focus to the visual language of telling the story of real events, also known as photojournalism. In this case, through the eyes of the much-lauded citizen journalists of the so-called Arab Spring. I tracked social media-based image trends for 3 years, trying to answer the question, what makes an image viral of a political event or everydayness? And how does revolution happen? How did Tahrir Square fill with so many people? None of it happens without a people no longer willing to be subject to violent police and military rule and a well-established base of grassroots organizers. And what was the core element of that base of organized resistance to oppression in Egypt? Palestinian refugees, their children, and their continued resistance to occupying forces everywhere. Occupy Wall Street came from Occupy Tahrir Square, which came from organizing demonstrations against the 2008 Gaza war, which came from demonstrations against the 2006 Israeli-Hezbollah war, which came from demonstrations against our war in Iraq, which began in 2003, which is when I started to call myself a poet. My research in Egypt and my experience living as a foreign student there afforded me a glimpse into how we in the US are not only painfully unaware of the realities on the ground in the Middle East and North Africa, we are fed a particular narrative of good and evil, false justifications for violence between the forces of occupation and the armed resistance, justifications for Islamophobia and violence against Palestinians, and justifications for anti-Semitism and violence against Jewish settlers in Palestine, all violence in direct correlation to the rise in violence against Arab and Muslim communities and Jewish communities in the United States. The more violence we allow and perpetrate in occupied Palestine, the more violence we allow and is perpetrated against our communities here. I believe resolving as a community for a ceasefire in Gaza is the first step, the bare minimum to reducing ethno-religious violence here in Ann Arbor and Michigan more broadly. We must continue to pressure our representatives in Washington to vote for a ceasefire. May Palestine be free so that we may all be free.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aya Sharafi.
Hello. First, I'd like to thank you guys for passing the resolution. Even though I'm very happy that my community members showed up, I'm saddened that it took us this long to call for a ceasefire. But I would like to respond to one of the previous speakers. I wish he was still here. He spoke earlier, speaking up against his own government, the Israeli government. And I'm glad that they are opposing their own government now, especially now that they realize the government no longer serves them, after we've seen that they've shot their own hostages. And I also wanted to address his comments about the Palestinian gray and the Israeli gray. His Israeli gray is that he doesn't support his government, but he doesn't see the Palestinian gray. I want to tell you about the Palestinian gray in the same way he spoke about the Israeli gray. The Palestinian gray is major news networks spewing lies about the events on October 7th with no evidence. The Palestinian gray is our own president saying those same lies recklessly. It's people still saying those same lies today. The Palestinian gray is a child being called a terrorist by her counselor, and that counselor getting the disciplinary action of a paid day off. The Palestinian gray is attaining a high position on a school board, finally a voice for the voiceless, speaking against a genocide and then being told your voice shouldn't be here. The Palestinian gray is watching students violently attacked by police for peacefully protesting the Palestinian genocide, and then watching Michigan football fans violently raid and vandalize the streets of Ann Arbor freely. The Palestinian gray is the denial of the ongoing Nakba, the ongoing genocide. It's the ongoing catastrophe. Israel is illegally occupying Palestine. The Palestinian gray is when you call anti-Semitism, you don't for 1 second consider the Palestinian Jew. Palestinian gray is a silence on the 7,000 Palestinian hostages currently being held by Israel, and not a peep from anybody. This is an official number from the Human Rights Watch. Why aren't those numbers ever talked about? The Palestinian gray is that to this day, people refuse to do their research, and we are still spewing lies about the Palestinian people. The Palestinian gray has been observed for 75 years. How much gray can the Palestinian people observe? Watching the ICJ meeting this morning was a breath of fresh air. For the first time on screen, South African lawyers bravely acknowledged the ongoing genocide. My relief is not that they stayed in the gray, but that they finally broke out of it, and that they spoke up and they spoke the truth. That is true leadership. As our country performatively celebrates Martin Luther King Jr. this coming Monday, I want to leave you with a quote, and it's that our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Muhammad Ali.
Mayor, this caller is on Zoom.
Thank you.
Caller at the phone number 074. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Wait, can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Okay, perfect. Hello. I'm calling first of all to thank the council members for finally passing a ceasefire resolution. To be honest, it's something that should have passed years ago in terms of Palestine. And I'm really glad we've gotten to this point, and I think now there are several steps to go further from that, starting with really tying in why militarization is very important within Michigan. We really need to get, first of all, care-based safety over the brutal cops that are supported by the city of Ann Arbor that have been brutalizing our students, that have been brutalizing our citizens. We need to support our community members. That includes individuals who have family in Gaza. We need to stand by our community members. We need to demand our governor. We need to demand that our governor and our senators go forth with a ceasefire. We need to go further than that. This is one step of several, and I ask and I request that every single council member makes the intention to go forward with us on those steps. And I personally am seeing every single council member, I mean figuratively because I'm on the phone, but every single person, just like you endorsed and supported this ceasefire resolution, I'm expecting support on every single one of those points that I mentioned, and I look forward to seeing you in further meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ismail Noor.
Good evening. Probably this word in Gaza is prohibited because there is no good evening in Gaza. First, thank you very much for passing the resolution. And to say that our work is not finished yet. We have a long way to go because there are lots of development that we do not pay attention to. However, the passing the resolution adds to this day, the 11th of January 2024, that makes this day is actually an extraordinary historic day, because what happened in Hague just today and tomorrow brought the Zionist entity in front of the court, and there in international justice, and I will hope to live longer to see that all the Zionist criminals who acted against the humanity and genocide against Palestinians, not only Palestinians, but the whole area of the Middle East, to be brought in front of the international court so they can be charged with genocide. My name is Ismail Noor, and I am a Nakba survival, catastrophe survival, if you will. Although I was born a few months after, in 1949, few months after the catastrophe happened. But I consider myself as a survivor of the Nakba because my mother conceived with me before the Nakba and carried me after the Nakba when I was born. During my 75 years, I went through a lot of crimes that were committed against my people in my town, and I witnessed all these crimes happened in 1952, in 1956, in 1966, in 1967, in 1973, in 1978, in 1982, and in 1990, up to now, to 1923, where there were 30,000 of the Gazans are killed because of the genocide of the Zionist entity. Well,
thank you.
Let me finish with this. I offer.
Thank you.
To have a class, teach in a class.
Thank you.
So we can shed some lights on the origin of the Palestine question. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Tout. Maria Tout. Our next speaker is Odie Huguenot Heber. Odile, my apologies.
Hello, Council. I support this resolution. I'm glad it was finally passed. It's not perfect, maybe, but it is a good step forward. And I thank all the people, the council members that have worked long hours on it. In the Jewish tradition, the Torah, the word justice comes 400 times. It means achieving just ends through just means. So that's something to think about. It has also the advice that when you come to the promised land, treat the stranger with kindness because you were slave in Egypt. These are our values, and in the Christian tradition it is love your neighbor as thyself. Yes, after 70 years of confinement and occupation, Hamas jumped the border and killed Israelis. But it was silent when there are books and books detailing over these 70 years how many Palestinian children were killed by Israel. And it's a huge amount. And it was done consistently, even they were shot in the back. And it still continues. Also children, Palestinian children were prisoners, even put in solitary confinement. It breaks my heart to think of the treatment that we humans do to our own children. Of course, behind all this, there was the US-Israeli arm industry, and Gaza was a test ground. It was also done for the Iron Dome. It had been tested, it had to be tested by Hamas. And at the cost of millions of dollars from our congressional budget. The US gave them millions of dollars for this Iron Dome experimentation. Hamas was supported by Israel when it was created because it divided the Palestinian leadership. It is past due that the world and the US find a solution to this war in the Holy Land, of which 3 traditions and probably more come from. We need to move toward peace, and we need to divest from the arms industry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Nofke. Steve Nofke. Our next speaker is Salma Hamami. Salma Hamami, or Hamay. Our next speaker is Cameron Rogers. Cameron Rogers. Our next speaker is Luke Newman. Luke Newman. Our next speaker is Janan Karbush. Janan Karbush. Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see this caller on Zoom.
Our next speaker is Amy Belfer. Amy Belfer. Our next speaker is Linda Heber.
Good evening. My name is Linda Heber. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor. To me, the promise of an unarmed, non-police response program is really personal. My brother has struggled with mental health issues and addiction for the past 2 decades. And I can't count the number of times that this has landed him in the backs of cop cars, in jail, and time and time again. These interactions with police and the criminal justice system have never helped him. They have criminalized him, made him a debtor, made it difficult for him to get a job. This is not care, and this is not safety. Many of my friends were recently at a peaceful protest on the UM campus. During that protest, the university put out a call for law enforcement from 10 different local precincts. I'd like to ask you all, would you like your children to be in a university building together, peacefully protesting? Or in a building absolutely filled with dozens and dozens of armed cops? Which of these situations seems like safety to you? I understand that you all share my concerns. You've emphasized here today that you understand the need for an unarmed non-police response service for our city. Your resolution tonight appears to reaffirm that commitment. Yet I am struggling to connect this performance of support to what I'm actually seeing happen. I have seen the proposal from Care-Based Safety, including many people who I recognize and know personally are already the heart of care and safety for our community. These are the people that I trust, that I know so many of you here on City Council, you know these people. So many people in Ann Arbor know these people, and these should be the people to create this service. I am truly at a loss as to why this proposal was not seen as meeting the needs of this city. I struggle to imagine who or what program would meet the needs of the city. From what we've heard, some of the rationale for canceling this RFP related to not being able to get a 24/7 service up and running in short order. And true, community-based safety, it takes time. It requires you to build relationships. It looks pretty different from the current standard operating procedures that treat people like my brother like cogs in a machine. I can't help but feel that part of the reason that this RFP was canceled is because this form of safety doesn't look like what you expect from your mental models and templates of carceral safety. This is something new, something built by us and for us. I hope that you are not considering hiring some external consultants that can scale rapidly and which will not be the people that have built trust here in the community. I hope that you all read Care-Based Safety's proposal in its entirety. It describes a pilot program that can learn, grow, and succeed within Ann Arbor, rather than prioritizing scale at the expense of robust, relationship-oriented care. If you're going to create a new RFP, I hope that you create something that does not deviate from the very clear community mandate to create a service that is completely independent from the police. Let me repeat, that is completely independently from the police, that is accessible from a non-911 number, and which is run by the people from our community and for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Erica Johnston.
Mayor, I don't see this caller on Zoom.
Our next speaker is Anna Bunting. Anna Bunting. Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see this caller on Zoom.
Our next, ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am, please. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am. Our next speaker is Jill Diamond. Jill Diamond.
It's 10 years of work, 10 years of community work. Taylor, you've been there the whole time, you know it.
Thank you, ma'am.
You all, the rest of you should ask questions.
Jill.
10 years of community work. Shame on you all. Shame on you all.
Thank you.
Shame on you all.
Ms. Diamond.
We know you. We know them.
Hi, my name is Jill Diamond. I'm an Ann Arbor resident, mother of 2 small children, scholar, and small business owner. Thank you, council members, for passing the resolution to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. I also agree with the others that have already said this, but I feel like it's the bare minimum. And I really want y'all to consider and know that there's going to be forthcoming pressure and proposals for divestment of taxpayer money from the Israeli military and weapons. Funds that could be used to house people. Wasn't there just a call for that? So I'm also glad that the council is recommitting to establish an unarmed crisis response program of the city of Ann Arbor, and I want to echo a lot of the frustration. I really hope, I'm disappointed, and I really hope that this commitment includes reaffirming to the Crow's values that each member of this council has already supported. That any unarmed response program supported by the city of Ann Arbor must be independent from the police, and it must be grown and run by community members. We see both domestically and abroad that state-sanctioned violence does not lead to safer and healthier communities. I want to repeat, I remember our Rosser. I was here in 2014. It's a big disappointment that y'all have canceled it, especially when a community-driven, care-based respondent was formed and created to provide this essential service, the only respondent to the RFP. So I want y'all to consider this as we move forward. We need transparency and engagement. It's essential for the council to direct staff to commit to an open, clear, and transparent process. Staff have publicly communicated that the reason for the recent RFP cancellation was maybe due to a change in scope. Maybe there were few bids, but we don't really know exactly why still. So moving forward, we really need transparency, and I hope that the city will commit to an open dialogue between the council, city staff, service providers, and the public to improve mutual respect and trust. We also need informed decision-making. I encourage the council to direct staff to provide a more timely updates once the new RFP has been issued. Missing a stated deadline by 3 months without any meaningful communication does not build trust, and it does not build mutual respect within the community. So thank you for your attention, and free Palestine.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elizabeth Engel. Elizabeth Engel.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. Everyone has spoken so well, so I hope I can, sorry. Okay, my name is Elizabeth Engel, and I came here today to speak in favor of the care-based safety program and in favor of the ceasefire proposal. So first, I want to thank the council members for voting yes on the ceasefire resolution and for standing on the right side of history and listening to your constituents. I appreciate your stance in favor of humanity, but even more so, I want to thank the organizers and amazing speakers who have expressed so well the horrors of what is happening in Palestine, not just in the last 3 months, but but for over 70 years, and their efforts were necessary to get this passed. And I agree that this should have happened sooner, and that it's the bare minimum that we can do, and that we should not stop here, but continue to fight for the full liberation for Palestinian people. And I ask you all to commit yourself to support full justice for Palestinians, and remember that there was no ceasefire on October 6th, and that this violence extends all the way back to 1948. I also want to say that I fully support and endorse care-based safety, and I believe it will further racial justice and justice for disabled people, as well as for all of the residents of Ann Arbor. And I want the city to go with care-based safety, not just because it's the only applicant, because it's the best applicant that we could imagine. For this reason, I was really disappointed to hear about the council's actions. And I am not just in favor of any unarmed crisis response. I only trust care-based safety, and I wish the city had negotiated and discussed with care-based safety. Because I know it's terrifyingly easy for a supposed reform to reproduce the same patterns of violence and oppression and merely disguise it to look nicer, which is what I believe will happen if the program is in any way connected to the police or other elements of the carceral state. And since care-based safety is not connected in this way, I trust that it will not do that and rather promote real safety, justice, and transformative change, which requires imagination of something better, which is what care-based safety has done. And I just want to say some other reasons I support this. First, I'm impressed by its in-depth research, and I heard you all talk about consulting with experts. Care-based safety is the experts. They've talked to almost 100 members of our community who have direct experience with systems of violence and oppression. Secondly, they are supported and in partnership with several organizations that have been doing work in Ann Arbor for years that I trust, such as Michigan Immigrants' Rights Center, Detroit Justice Center, Nation Outside, and they also have the support of the Prison Creative Arts Project, which I'm a part of, a number of other organizations I don't even have time to say, and they have several features in their response to the RFP that are really important, such as obtaining consent before, and when people think about what we need as an alternative to the police, I believe care-based safety is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Korsh.
Mr. Korsh, phone number 957. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Good evening. I've been a resident of Ann Arbor for the last 4 years, and I just wanted to express my disappointment in the cancellation of the RFP for an unarmed, non-police response program. Despite the resolution you passed tonight, I think that your actions speak louder than your words when you agreed to cancel this RFP without reading the proposal in full or considering it publicly. You hide behind the role of the city manager and staff instead of taking accountability for your role in this process. I'm disappointed that many of you alluded to some sort of misinformation in your comments today. I urge City Council members to consider your own role in this misinformation. When something like this RFP that the community has long fought for was quite unceremoniously canceled in a closed session just days before the holidays, yet months after the original deadline. for reasons that remain totally unclear and not publicly communicated. I urge you, release the notes from the closed meeting about canceling this proposal. Greater transparency from the council members would certainly help to alleviate the so-called misinformation that is supposedly circulating. I call on you, City Council members, to read the proposal from Care-Based Safety, take accountability for your role in getting this program up and running after so many years of tireless work by the people across this community. I urge you to reissue an RFP immediately that will allow for the creation of a service that is completely independent from the police, which is accessible from a non-911 number, and which is community-led and community accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mackenzie Dalton. She's left? Thank you. Our next speaker is Elise Blau.
Elise Blau, phone number 641.
Hello, good evening.
Go ahead.
My name is Elise Blau. I want to thank the council for passing the ceasefire resolution. I am an employee of the Ann Arbor Public Schools, and this resolution is so important to the safety of my students, especially in the face of rising bullying that has occurred within our district. Thank you for taking the first step in ensuring the safety of the community, and I want to echo others and say that this is not the last step. This cannot be the end of the conversation when Ann Arbor tax dollars are still being diverted away from our local community to fund weapons that slaughter thousands. And it can't be the end of the conversation when the police are violently arresting peaceful student protesters while the university fails to defend them. And this makes it even more essential to implement the care-based safety program. And I want to push the council to have transparent conversations about the cancellation and to read the proposal for yourself.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ekaterina Olsen-Shipyatsky.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katya, and I'm a proud member of the Ann Arbor Jewish community, a PhD student at the University of Michigan, and a chapter of the chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace at the University of Michigan. I want to thank the city for passing a resolution in support of a ceasefire in Gaza. But I want to reiterate that this is not enough. It is up to each of you to continue to amplify the call for an end to the genocide on a state and international level. I want to stress that, one, the genocide in Palestine is a local issue that is touching the lives of Ann Arbor's Arab, Muslim, Palestinian, and Jewish communities. And two, that continuing to call for an end to the genocide is not anti-Semitic. Since October 7th, Ann Arbor residents speaking up against the horrific slaughter of Palestinians in Gaza have been faced with an onslaught of suppression. Student organizers for the University of Michigan chapter for Students for Justice in Palestine have been doxxed. 41 Ann Arbor community members seeking to speak with University of Michigan President Ono about divestment from Israel have been arrested. And this is not even to mention the countless residents of Ann Arbor who hold deep ties to Palestine and are worried day and night about friends and family in the region, or those who might be worried for their own safety, as instances of anti-Arab and anti-Palestinian hate crimes are on the rise nationwide. Ann Arbor communities are hurting. This is why it is up to this council to amplify calls for care-based safety and to continue to call for an end to the genocide on the state and national level. This brings me to my second point. I know that this council has been told that supporting a ceasefire is anti-Semitic. As a Jew and as a scholar of the Holocaust, I am here to tell you unequivocally that it is not. Palestinians have spent decades and decades clarifying that their advocacy is aimed at the murderous government displacing them from their homes and killing their loved ones, not with Jews as a collective. And Jews ourselves have been saying the same thing for as long as the state of Israel has existed. Jewish anti-Zionism is as old as the Zionist movement itself. In 1929, the General Jewish Labor Bund passed a resolution condemning Zionism. Marek Edelman, leader of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and member of the Bund, spent the decades after the Holocaust speaking up in solidarity with Palestinians. And now, thousands and thousands of Jews are coming into the streets shouting for a ceasefire. Holocaust survivor Gabor Mate wrote in 2014, following another series of Israeli attacks, "And what shall we do, we ordinary people? I pray we can listen to our hearts. My heart tells me that never again is not a tribal slogan, that the murder of my grandparents in Auschwitz does not justify the ongoing dispossession of Palestinians. And today, Jews stand before you and say the same thing. We know that never again means never again for anyone." Anti-Zionism is a sacred Jewish tradition. Many Jews, alongside their Arab, Muslim, and Palestinian neighbors all across the globe, are begging the world for a ceasefire. Tonight, we ask that you on City Council please do more to recognize those in your community doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maher Yaron. Maher Yaron. Our next speaker is Alexa Eisenberg.
Mayor, this caller is not on the phone.
Our next speaker is Rima Tout. Present. Our next speaker is Tariq Luthun.
This caller is on Zoom. Caller with the phone number ending in 100, go ahead. Press stars, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, all. First of all, I just want to say thank you for passing the ceasefire resolution. I have other comments, but I will refrain from sharing them all just because you've already hit that point. But I wanted to at least share a few things for posterity. I'm a local community organizer who lives and works in Ann Arbor, as well as holding events in the city for many years, in addition to representing the city in the national stage as an artist. I'm also a Gazan and Nefesawi in Arabic. First and foremost, just to clarify for folks who have disagreements with the resolution you've passed or approved, is a call for a ceasefire resolution is a call to seizing the fire of U.S.-funded weaponry upon innocent people in Gaza. While I would love to discuss the end of the occupation, I understand what we're here for today. And so for anybody who believes the ceasefire resolution does anything more than that, I would ask them to reconsider and do some more research. Anyone who tries whataboutism with false allegations of anti-Semitism is only harming our Jewish brethren. Nothing is more anti-Semitic than Zionism in the ways in which it expends Jewish people and bodies. When speaking of the events of October 7th, as somebody did earlier today in the first portion of public comment, I would ask them to learn what the Hannibal Directive is by the Israeli occupation forces, which believes that a dead Israeli is actually more useful in propaganda than a living one. So with that said, I was here actually on behalf of my mother, who has been unable to get out of bed for months, and I wanted to share some of her story as a Gazan for those who may not have heard those narratives yet. My mother says, I was born and raised in Gaza, and each day I have been so devastated and heartbroken over Gaza's destruction and the genocide that is taking place there, where all of my brothers and sisters and nieces and nephews live. Each member of my family, all have been displaced, not just once, but every few days. The suffering is unbearable. As you must know by now, over 20,000 people have been killed, more than half of them children. Unfortunately, the number only keeps rising. We are not just numbers, we are human beings who deserve to live full lives free from harm. Not only must my siblings dodge the threat of U.S. taxpayer-funded missiles, we must also survive starvation, water deprivation, and illness. One of my brothers is in a wheelchair because of a botched surgery that would have never happened were it not for the limitations of the movement and access to medical care caused by the 20-year siege on Gaza. He and his caregivers now live in tents freezing at the Rafah border, suffering and not knowing what will await them. My
30
sister
seconds.
passed away just a few weeks ago. She had lymphoma, and because of the siege, was never properly treated in her last days. She couldn't even receive life-preserving emergency care because of snipers awaiting them at each corner and no hospitals remaining standing in the areas she lived. To this day, she's unable to give condolences. My mom unable to give condolences to the husband and the children, her nieces and nephews. Today, we're not asking for anything but a ceasefire, but you've already approved that. So I just wanted to say, for those who may wonder what good a local resolution does on the global stage, those who wonder fail to see that the world is made up of communities like ours, and our communities are made up of the world. Thank you for taking the stance, and yeah, grateful to you all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron Mariassi. Aaron Mariassi. Our next speaker is Alyssa Bose.
Mayor, this caller is on Zoom. Caller with the phone number ending in 336. Press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hi. I want to thank Council Members Ghazi Edwin and Councilmember Briggs for sponsoring the ceasefire resolution. I appreciate your commitment to peace. I will keep it short because what I was going to say was to urge the council members to pass this resolution. Like others have said, I would encourage this to be only an initial action and to look into divestment, further action in protecting your community, and calling on officials at state and federal levels. Thank you, though, for this action tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yaman Sadeh.
Hello, good evening. Everybody, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. First of all, obviously, thank you so much for passing this ceasefire resolution. It obviously means a lot to so many in our community who are personally affected. And as I said last time that I had the opportunity to speak, Gaza is a local issue. So thank you so much. That means a lot and is a very hopeful moment. And I was, worried. Honestly, unfortunately, I shouldn't have been, and I'm glad it didn't come to fruition. But I was worried about the alternative, and I thought that would be a really dark day for Ann Arbor. As you know, I'm a lifelong Ann Arbor resident, and extra proud to be from the city today. I'm also Palestinian, one of many local Palestinians who live here. We are your neighbors, your doctors, business owners, colleagues, friends, and your constituents. One thing I wanted to emphasize is, unfortunately, what Palestinians were only really come to attention in the media when there's a crisis going on. It seems like every time we talk about Palestinians, it's for ceasefire, stop, that let's give aid to Palestinians, let's stop the killing of Palestinians. But what is the Palestinian story? Why am I even, here today? Why am I in America? Why, what is the story of so many Palestinians? And there's not really that many of us. There's about 12 to 14 million Palestinians around the world, and more than half of them are refugees. They're out of their homes. More than half of Palestinians live outside of Palestine and are not allowed to go back. Most of my family cannot go back, cannot even visit their homeland. My grandma, who was a refugee in 1948, is still alive, still dreams of going back to Jaffa. And she's unable to. So, most Palestinians are refugees. And then the other Palestinians just live in terrible situations. 20% of the Palestinian population almost is living in Gaza right now as under a potential genocide. As I'm sure has been mentioned, there's hearings going on today, about whether this is a genocide in the international court. One additional point I wanted to mention is outside of the Palestinian story is I have family members who are in Gaza now. My father, stepmom, and 3 sisters living in Gaza who I've been unable to help. I've worked with several city council members who've been very helpful, particularly Councilwoman Ghazi Edwin. And have talked to Debbie Dingell, have met with staffers from Senator Peters' office, and really nobody has been able, there's no sense of urgency higher up. So this is also asking for help from the City Council, any connections you have to the White House, to the Governor's office, anything to push my family and other families' stories forward to help generate that sense of urgency to help them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yuri Zeitz.
Mayor, this caller is on Zoom. Caller with the phone number 448. Press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hi, I want to thank this council for passing the ceasefire resolution. As a Jewish member of this community, I think this is a much needed step and a very late step, but I want to emphasize that the Jewish Federation of Greater Ann Arbor does not speak for all Jewish people in this community. I urge this council to continue to listen to the Jewish voices in this community who are speaking in solidarity with Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim community members. Advocating for Palestinian people's human rights, dignity, and safety is not anti-Semitic. Passing this ceasefire resolution is not anti-Semitic. And we must also continue to think about the ways that this city contributes financially to an apartheid state who is currently committing genocide. I also want to ask this council to keep your eyes open. The police in Ann Arbor and administration at the University of Michigan are taking extreme measures to suppress the voices of its students who are advocating for the human rights and safety of both Palestinian and Jewish people. Peaceful protests have been met with violence from police. We're talking about 17, 18, 19, and 20-year-olds being met with blockades and brute force. This should not continue to take place. Furthermore, I want to express that I'm in favor of the ordinance that will change or that will force cities contractors to not ask about an applicant's criminal history until a job offer is made. I support this effort to reduce recidivism and increase rehabilitation efforts for previously incarcerated people here in our city. I also support the creation of an unarmed response program and believe that care-based safety is the right program to support this effort. I hope this council will listen to those who have spoken today about the importance of transparency, urgency, and community-based solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Blaine Coleman.
I am very grateful tonight to the hundreds of people in Ann Arbor who came and filled this room to capacity. This room only holds 105 people, and filled the downstairs to capacity and made this thing happen. A ceasefire resolution, terribly needed. As many speakers have pointed out, it's the bare minimum, just a resolution that says stop bombing. The bare minimum. I'm glad it passed, but it's a bare minimum. As Katya has said, and Jill and Elizabeth and others. Let me emphasize that I speak for myself only. I don't speak for Palestinians. I speak only for myself. But speaking for myself, I hope very much, as other speakers have said, that the City Council will be able to open its ears and its eyes and its hearts to a resolution against military aid to Israel. In 2003, the Ann Arbor Human Rights Commission asked the Ann Arbor City Council to pass a resolution against military aid to Israel way back in 2003. And I hope now, after 20 years of mass murders against the Palestinian people, 20 years of blood flowing like rivers out of Palestinians, after 20 years that this city council will quickly approve a resolution opposing military aid to Israel, objecting to military aid to Israel, saying we don't want military aid to Israel because otherwise you get another 30,000 dead Palestinians in the next few months, and then another 30,000 dead Palestinians a few months after that. I think this city council, which is loaded with advanced degrees, can see that. And again, I thank the hundreds of people who came in here tonight, filled this room and filled the downstairs, and made this first resolution happen for ceasefire. And I hope very much that people will feel inspired to do the same on Monday, January 22nd at the next City Council meeting, and at the following City Council meetings until the City Council finally does what it should have done 20 years ago and says, yes, we can do this. A resolution that says we are against military aid to Israel. That's not asking much. As the mayor pointed out earlier, the City Council has done similar things before.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tasneem Mandi.
Hi. As someone with family in Gaza, I want to thank you all for the resolution passed tonight. And I want to especially extend my gratitude to Councilmember Ghazi Edwin, as well as Council members Briggs, Song, and Ackman for co-sponsoring this initiative. Thank you for listening to us with empathy and goodwill, as difficult as these conversations have been. And thank you to everyone who spent long hours advocating for peace and justice despite unimaginable pain. As we speak, high school students in mock UN committees at U of M's annual Model UN conference are also working late into the night, responding to crises affecting our global community, and crafting and passing resolutions that serve public interest. I bring this up because as a student at U of M and soon-to-be student teacher in Ann Arbor Public Schools, I'm taught to encourage students to position themselves as experts in the disciplines they engage in. We teach students to imagine a more just, equitable future as though they are real delegates. The decisions that we make in these chambers with real elected representatives affirm our students' belief that we have the power to inform public policy and to respond to injustice in whatever shape it takes. Moving forward, I urge you to not underestimate the power of standing for truth and the power of collective action. I don't say this out of a sense of idealism or naivety, but out of conviction based on an observable reality. This resolution was passed because enough students and community members who care, including ones on this council, recognize their responsibility to take action. We will continue to call for and support resolutions and ordinances that call for justice everywhere and for the safety of peace activists on campus and at school. To my earlier point, the evidence brought forth to the International Court of Justice includes videos and posts that have been circulating on social media, amplified by the seemingly passive motions of liking or commenting or reposting or sharing. We have an active role to play in response to injustice, and every action counts. We hope that you'll continue collaborating with us to actualize our shared vision of collective liberation. We have a lot of work to do.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rabbi Nadav Kane. Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Abuzar.
Thank you. I want to thank the council for voting yes. Get it closer? Thank you. I want to thank the council for voting yes on this resolution tonight. I want to thank those who proposed and authored it and those who co-sponsored it as well. I feel that it is the bare minimum, and I feel that it took council a little while to work their way around to it, but you came down on the wrong side, on the right side of history, not the wrong side of history. I was afraid that maybe we might lose, but alhamdulillah, thanks to God, you came down on the right side of history. I'd like to share something with you today. I grew up in a church that took a Zionist perspective. I grew up being taught that Israel was a shining star of democracy in the Middle East. I never heard of Palestine, or in Arabic, Philistine, except for the verses of the Philistines in the Bible. I'm older than a lot of people in here. And when I went to high school, in my world cultures class, Muslims were called Mohammedans. I read avidly. I read almost every book in my library. I read so much about the Holocaust. I could tell you so much about it. I related to the story of the Jewish people and their suffering. I was pro-civil rights. I was pro-Native American rights, pro-environment, pro-rights of indigenous peoples everywhere, but I had never heard of Palestine. And then I went to college, and I started learning things in more ways than one. One day, I was talking to a coworker, and I asked him, where was he from? And he said, I'm from Lebanon. And I said, oh, okay, yeah. And he said, and this is my friend over here, he's from Palestine. Well, I took pride in my knowledge of geography. I didn't know where Palestine was. I said, Palestine? He said, yeah, that's south of Lebanon. I said, no, that's Israel. And that's when I first started learning about Palestine. If I, at that time, could learn, there are so many people who still need to learn. There is so much that isn't known, really. And I just would like to share a few sources that I have found to be useful in conversations with people so that it'll be on the public record. Just a few sources to learn a little bit more. As a teacher, I like this one, 100 Balfour Road. It's under 12 minutes. It's a video that's made like a skit. And then you have all these others, Stone Cold Justice, some websites that are wonderful, and these books. They called me a lioness, and some academic books here. They'll be on the record because I think you guys know how to take screenshots off of videos. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mojan Savabiasafani.
To all the students, teachers, professors, doctors, lawyers, engineers who filled these chambers week after week and forced this city council to pass the bare minimum resolution, ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you very much. It was long due, it took a very long time, it is the bare minimum, but it is a victory for the people and for the students. And I thank you for it. Thank you. I want to tell you a little bit about Gaza. Right now, 1% of Gazans have been killed. If the onslaught of Israeli attack was in the United States, that would have meant 3,300,000 dead Americans. It would have meant 12 or maybe 14 million wounded Americans. Imagine what that means. In the wealthiest country in the world, you give the medical system 12, 13 million wounded people, it'll crush. The system will collapse. Yet Palestinians are fighting on, are resisting, and they are winning. Make no mistake, they are winning. Many of them are dying, many of them are under rubble, but they are winning. Anybody who woke up at 3 in the morning and watched the ICJ, International Court of Justice, would see that Palestinians have already won. There will be another meeting tonight, starts at 3:30, Hague time. I advise everyone to be up and watch it. So, more things about Gaza. What do you think the average life expectancy is in Gaza? In 2022, life expectancy in Gaza was 76 years of age. What is the life expectancy of adults in America? Only 1 year more. Gaza has lived under a brutal occupation for 75 years. Gaza has endured unbelievable, unspeakable torture and blockade for 16 years. Yet its people live almost as long as the United States of America. Did you know that? What is the literacy rate in Gaza? 97% among the adults. What's the literacy rate in the United States? 79%. So if this data doesn't tell you that people of Gaza, first of all, are resistant and they are they're going to win, it will tell you they care about education and they care about health care. And I am here to tell you, cut off the military aid to Israel, keep the money here, because Americans don't have as much education or health care as the people of Gaza. Free Palestine, and from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eileen Freed.
I'm Eileen Freed. I'm a 25-year resident of Ann Arbor, and I want to begin by thanking members of the City Council, particularly Council members Erica Briggs, Aisha Ghazi Egwin, for the hours they've spent consulting with stakeholders to draft a resolution they hope will cause members of the community to feel heard and seen. I'm grateful for their thoughtfulness and genuine concern in crafting a balanced, even-handed resolution focused on peace for all, even as I continue to believe that this is not the role of our City Council. In spite of my appreciation for their work and dedication, I'm angry. I'm angry that our local lawmakers have utilized many, many hours of their valuable time, appreciative but angry, to craft this resolution, because while it has become a local issue, this resolution will not save lives and it will not have a tangible impact on local citizens. You know what the City Council does have control over and what does have a tangible impact on local citizens? Leaf blowers, and affordable housing, and improving our roads, and electrification, and unarmed response services. These are the conversations we should be pushing our council members to have. I'm angered by the behavior of many people who have been attending these meetings, because the vast majority of people who I have heard calling for a ceasefire have not been able to bring themselves to call out the inhumanity of Hamas's terror attack on October 7th. Here in this room, over the past month, people have blamed the victims for being occupiers, including babies, denied there are hostages, and said that allegations of sexual violence are a myth. The incredible lack of empathy demonstrated over the past month, and even this very evening, is deeply hurtful and makes fellow community members feel unsafe. I am sick and tired of the anti-Semitic rhetoric spewed at these meetings. I've been told that I am silencing people because I do not think local governmental bodies should opine on international issues. You know what silencing and erasing is? Referring to Israel, a recognized member of the United Nations, the only Jewish state, imperfect as it is, and where many of us have family and friends, calling it a 75-year occupation and chanting from the river to the sea. That's erasure. City Council can speak up when anti-Semitic, racist, Islamophobic, anti-LGBTQ rhetoric is used at these meetings, and can make meeting rules that protect citizens from some of the outrageous behavior that has been present in these chambers. This would have an impact on local citizens. I'm angry because for 20 years, this city writ large has stood by while anti-Semites have harassed Jews going to worship on their Sabbath. This harassment is not the Jewish community's problem, it's Ann Arbor's problem. I think we can all get a whole lot more creative about how we address it.
Thank you.
Now, this is something which impacts local citizens and over which City Council does have control.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Ezekiel.
Hello, my name is David Ezekiel Herrera. I'm a Ward 5 resident and a Jewish member of the Ann Arbor community. I'd like to thank Council members Ghazi Edwin and Briggs for proposing the ceasefire resolution and the Council at large for passing it. Nearly 100 days in, a call for a ceasefire is sorely needed, but we need to step up to truly make this a safe community for all. The amount of dehumanization of Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims necessary for it to take over 30,000 deaths for a ceasefire resolution to be safe to pass in this progressive city is astounding. I heard members of this body express reluctance to divide this community, and I'd like to speak about that. Our Palestinian, Muslim, and Arab brothers and sisters are forced to pay taxes that go to military funding to Israel that is currently engaging a genocide, that funds an increasingly militarized police force that has disproportionately repressed Ann Arbor residents demonstrating for peace. How does that afford them the dignity all Ann Arborites are entitled to? Is that not divisive? We can and must go from word to action. We must divest from the Israeli war machine, support the care-based safety program, communicate with state-level leaders to help Dr. Sadeh's family out of Gaza, and convey to Representative Dingell our desire that she signs H.R. 786. I want to live in an Ann Arbor that values our entire community. I saw us take a step in that direction tonight, and I ask that you continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kristen Hayden.
Hello, I'm here today from Ward 2. I came here to ask you all to pass the ceasefire resolution, and I'm so excited this has happened. I want to recognize Councilperson Song from Ward 2 for working on it and for voting yes, and Councilperson Watson for voting yes on it as well. I also want to recognize that this literally would not have happened without weeks of sleepless nights for the organizers, putting together the language, community building, and talking to council members, and a huge congrats to them all. I also want to thank them for providing food and camaraderie throughout the process for everyone involved. There's still a lot more to be done, and we are here to do it, including ending funding to Israel and their genocide, and ending discrimination and racist harassment of our students and community members. As an aside, as a queer Ann Arborite, I specifically want to call out Israel's use of pinkwashing, which uses a propagandized version of queerness in Israel to help the West turn a blind eye to the genocide and occupation inflicted on Palestinians. I reject this and encourage you to continue pushing back against anything that prevents us understanding the full impact of occupation and genocide. If you're wondering what effect this ceasefire will have in our community, there's folks here today that need your support for their connections to this genocide, and you could start there. You can also use this opportunity as a way to tell our elected officials, Debbie Dingell, Debbie Stabenow, and Gary Peters, that they must follow their constituents' lead and also call for a ceasefire in resolutions, not just in language. I'll use the last piece of my speech to encourage you to reconsider your approach to the community-based safety program. Based on what I've heard and read, the program as proposed is the best possible option. It's truly community-based, provides care for people with ongoing consent, and is based in our community in a way no corporate option could possibly be. I can't imagine what a new RFP will give you that the CBS program could not. Thank you for your time, and thanks again to my Ward 2 council members for voting yes.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Lipson. Rachel Lipson. Our next speaker is Justin Wan.
This caller is on Zoom. Caller with the phone number 807. Press *6. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Justin Yuan, member and co-chair of the Huron Valley Democratic Socialists of America and resident of Ann Arbor. Thank you to City Council members Aisha Ghazi Edwin, as well as Erica Briggs, Lynn Song, and Dharma Ackman, who sponsored the resolution calling for ceasefire. And thank you to the rest of Council in passing the resolution unanimously. But most of all, I want to thank all my dear anti-Zionist neighbors, friends, and comrades in City Council, in City Hall, on the phone, and watching online. As much as elections and elected office can be important, it is the liberatory vision and organized movement of our communities, of tenants, of workers, of people that creates lasting change. It's a true honor to build a movement for liberation and lasting change with you all. As others have said, the need for a lasting ceasefire and free Palestine from the river to the sea cannot be understated, so really this resolution is the bare minimum. But nonetheless, it gives principled congressional representatives like Cori Bush and Rashida Tlaib that much more leverage with which they can whip Debbie Dingell's fence-sitting vote when the time comes. And as many previous speakers have said, Ann Arbor has a duty to support community members who have faced Islamophobic, anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian bigotry. This issue is a local issue for so many reasons that so many other previous speakers have brought up, and because of so many experiences that our students at the University of Michigan and Ann Arbor Public Schools and community members all across our city have faced as a result of this conflict, as a result of this, this genocide happening in Palestine. And so I just want to say once again, it's wonderful to see this resolution pass. and I look forward to moving on to school board with you all next school board meeting, supporting Mohammed and Ernesto Guerrero, and I look forward to building a movement with you all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Sepulveda.
My speech isn't fully written, so I'm just going to freestyle, kind of. I gave part of this yesterday. Oh, my God. Okay. So I'll repeat what I said a bit yesterday. Hi, I'm Alex Sepulveda, co-chair of activism for a Jewish Voice for Peace chapter. I spoke yesterday on our campus, so I'm just going to say a bit of what I said then about a story that I experienced when I was home for winter break. I went to go pick up my friend's sister from school back home in Chicago. She's 8 years old and she goes to a Jewish day school. When I arrived at the building, it was entirely surrounded by armed guards with assault rifles. After I passed through the many checkpoints at the school, I approached the person behind the desk and I asked her, "What is all of this?" She looked at me and she said, "It is a scary time for Jewish people." She said, "We must defend against anti-Semitism." Since then, her words have been playing over and over in my head because I know that 8-year-old girl is scared out of her mind that something is going to happen to her. And I wish I would have told her that if you ever begin to grasp the dynamics of our society, you will grow to fear the very people who claim to be protecting you right now. That if you ever truly understand the realities of this world, you will be compelled to fight against them. As a Jewish person, when I am confronted with the cold reality that every day Israel is slaughtering Palestinians in the name of anti-Semitism, that they have erected one of the world's most oppressive apartheid regimes in the name of anti-Semitism, that the U.S. House of Representatives is currently debating Bill H.R. 798, which calls for any pro-Palestinian protesters to be deported in the name of anti-Semitism, I am forced to remind myself of what real anti-Semitism looks like. And that the people who experienced legitimate anti-Semitism were unapologetic and unrelenting in their resistance against oppression. The victims of the Holocaust had one thing in mind: resistance by any means necessary, and they never gave anyone a qualification, condition, or justification for their resistance. And this is not to shift the attention onto Jewish people, but this is to say that false anti-Semitism is undeniably the weapon which shields Israel from accountability. The weaponization of anti-Semitism has been deployed to make our elected officials, our school leaders, and our peers untouchable when they forward the American imperial agenda. And any Jewish person with a morsel of consciousness needs to be fully ready to stand on the front lines and call these people out by their names. Let's see, I want to go down a bit. Every time a Zionist cries about anti-Semitism, we are not going to be browbeaten by their tears. I will not be lectured on anti-Semitism by war criminals. Ron Weiser, one of the board of regents at my school, and the former president of AIPAC came to speak at my school 2 months ago. They spent 15 minutes crying about anti-Semitism, even though their whole careers are based on expelling people from their homes, dropping bombs, and starving children in Palestine. We cannot let these people to talk about anti-Semitism anymore. Sorry.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Edward Traeger.
All right, thank you so much. It's really been, in many ways, a beautiful night here at City Council, and I want to thank Aisha Ghazi Edwin, council member, and Erica Briggs, and Lynn Song, and of course, Dharma, and all of council for passing a ceasefire resolution, and also for reaffirming the commitment to establish an unarmed crisis response program, the Ban the Box. Lots of good stuff tonight. Thank you so much. Sweat-free apparel resolution as well. Thank you all so much. You guys are doing your job. Excellent. Really on them. I'm very impressed. And I want to thank all the countless organizers and community members who helped push you guys, push City Council to make this happen, right? When political institutions, politicians, and leaders at state, national, or international levels fail to act in the wider interests of our collective humanity, then it is definitely the duty of local people and, by extension, local governments, such as this esteemed body at City Council, to pick up the slack, right? And assume the responsibility to pursue the truth, justice, and peace. And thank you guys. Tonight you've done that. We've taken this first step. So that is just to say this is a local matter, right? Because our governor, senators, and the Biden administration at the federal level have so far failed to even call for a ceasefire after 100 days of killing, right? So thank you. Claudine Gay, in an opinion piece in the New York Times after resigning from her presidency at Harvard, said, "At tense moments, every one of us must be more skeptical than ever of the loudest and most extreme voices, however well organized or well connected they may be." And we all know that there are many Zionist forces still alive and well funded in our city, in our nation, and internationally. So, to be very brief, as Tasneem spoke earlier, we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot more work to do. And, we're all going to be doing that work. And I'm sure City Council will see you many more times here as we move on to the next step, which will be things like, trying to get the United States to stop aiding Israel militarily and getting the city to divest from investments that are related to the military-industrial complex and to funding the war in Israel. So thank you all. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Raven Marin. Raven Marin. Our next speaker is Decky Alexander.
In theater, when you make an entrance, you also need to make an exit. Otherwise, if you stay on this stage, in this galley, this play of public remarks for months on end, or 5 or 10 or 18 years, your words and the power you hope they carry to advocate, to lift up, to cease, and to fire may be extinguished. And though this is my third time here in as many months, I do hope, regardless of this frequency, that these words stick. Several years ago, when the A2 City Council put forth a resolution condemning anti-Semitism in this community with the hope that it would amplify the sideshow of hate situated outside of Beth Israel congregation, former City Council member Ackerman, who grew up in A2 and attended the synagogue, said, "I thought to be a Jew meant that you were protested." At this time, I was stunned by such remarks, but today, after several months into this play, I find them heartbreakingly true here. Though I have worked and lived outside of a Jewish community for most of my adult life, I don't think I knew in my bones, muscles, the depth of hate towards me. Not as a person, I hope, though honestly, I'm not so sure, but as a people. So I thank you for this awakening, and a reminder that being in spaces and places of discomfort is both a developmental and social necessity. You cannot foster change, improve this world, this community, without knowing that many in the world think and feel, in this case, about Jews. Despite the fact that more than 50% of those who spoke on behalf of a ceasefire resolution or against Jews in Israel do not live in the city of Ann Arbor, and even less than 50% even vote in city elections, I recognize that the city council needed to respond to the cadre of voices here. Many people authentically ask council, do something, say something about this war in Israel and Gaza, and doing nothing is a message in and of itself. I understand. Personally, I understand why, as electors, you had to craft something, and your something, this resolution, is inclusive, thoughtful, and sensitive without being inflammatory. Its emphasis on the local rather than the global reinforces this council's scope, and I thank you very much. Speaking as the board president of the Jewish Federation, it is important to note that the A2 Jewish community is not a monolith. It embraces a diversity of ideologies, political bents, and religious practices. As it pertains to the Israel-Gaza war, there is also diversity of opinion, from those adamantly against a ceasefire without Hamas laying down its arms to those amenable to a bilateral ceasefire. Yet, to my knowledge, the Council has never addressed other world's conflicts like, for example, the Arab Palestinians, Yazidis killed in Syria by Assad, singling out the world's only Jewish state is perceived as many as anti-Semitic. As the UN did say, perhaps it's easier to single out, move to the back, marginalize a minority, in this case the Jews, and a Jewish state. Just as it is unfathomable for many to see me not advocating for a local city council resolution on a ceasefire, it is equally unfathomable for me and others to not do the same as activism. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Our next speaker is Josh Winston.
I'm a Zionist. I believe that the Jewish people have a right to live, to be free, to be in the land. I believe in a national homeland for the Jewish people. I also believe that the Palestinians need and must have a homeland as well. When I was living in Jerusalem in 2003, I missed a bus bombing by 5 minutes walking to school. And still I went into the West Bank to harvest olives with Palestinians there. Still, when I brought my family to live in Israel this past winter, we went out to stand before the troubling and racist and horrible occupation of the West Bank, and to stand against the settlers there. It took my children to do that. I also have stood in Kfar Aza. I've seen just 2 months ago the destruction there, the burned out houses, the places where women were raped. Anti-Zionism is not necessarily anti-Semitism, for sure. But the amount of times that I've heard people laugh or call out, or even call out to our city council members and laugh at the idea that women were raped, murdered, that is anti-Semitism. That is anti-Semitism. We have squandered this moment, although I do think this city council, this community has squandered this moment with zero-sum rhetoric. Thankfully, you did not fall for that. You were able to construct a resolution that spoke to the needs of multiple voices, multiple narratives. Thank you for doing that. At least this city council has tried to honor the needs of a diverse citizenship. It is the self-righteousness that bothers me the most in this room that I've heard so many times over the course of my hours here. I'd like to share a poem with us, The Place Where We Are Right. From the place where we are right, flowers will never grow in the spring. The place where we are right is hard and trampled like a yard. But doubts and loves dig up the world like a mole, a plow, and a whisper will be heard in the place where the ruined house once stood. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry Herskowitz.
Good evening. The Jewish state has been committing genocide against the Palestinian people for over 75 years. Now, in The Hague, these crimes are being identified and exposed by South Africa. Much will be made of a proportional response. Are the Jews of Israel responding proportionally to the Al-Aqsa storm of October 7th? So, it's reasonable to ask if this resolution is proportional to the atrocities committed by the Jewish state since that date. Reading from the resolution, the Ann Arbor City Council calls for an immediate
lasting, bilateral ceasefire. Bilateral, meaning both sides stop using their weapons against the other. Does this resolution demand Palestinians stop using their Merkava battle tanks, their Apache helicopters, their F-35 fighter jets? Should they be required to stop dropping 2,000-pound bombs? Of course not. It's not the Palestinians that have these weapons of mass destruction. It's only Israel. And the Jewish state is using them mercilessly, driven by a religious ideology that tolerates no sympathy for the defenseless Palestinians. Calling for a bilateral ceasefire with this imbalance in strength is not a proportional response to genocide. Calling out the perpetrators is. Taking sides is what's required of counsel, even if it means standing up to the chosen, be they friend or family. A milquetoast request for a ceasefire is totally inadequate and not only ignores the enormous disparity in weaponry, but fails to address even the minimum of human rights violations being committed by the Jewish state. Personally, I don't believe your vote, and now I find out that it was unanimous, will count for much. I cannot imagine a more meaningless document. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kamal Agour. Thank you. Did you hear that? We have people online. Thank you. Is Kamal Agour here? Thank you. Our next speaker is Mudrad Idris.
I want to thank those of you who voted for the ceasefire resolution. I'm a Palestinian resident of Ward 2. The first thing I want to say is just to amplify what Dr. Yaman Saad has said about doing all that you can to try to just contact people to try to help his family. And the second thing I want to say is to just ask you to ask our Congresswoman to either sign on to the House Resolution 786, or if she's uncomfortable with it, to draft her own that might encourage others to also call for a ceasefire. Now, I want to talk about communication. Council members Briggs and Ghazi Edwin really modeled, I think, how council members can make themselves available and accessible to all constituents. And I don't want to be misunderstood. I am not saying this to scold. I am not saying this to shame. The two of them reached out to Palestinian, Arab, Muslim, and other communities impacted, and to the people who came week after week to understand them. So communication seems to be one of the themes today as well, because as I understand it, the CBS group also has some questions there. Maybe you should reach out to them. Imagine how different the atmosphere and temperature in the room for the last 2 months would have been had the mayor of the city done this other thing and said, I hear you, and I'm going to organize a coffee hour so that we can talk about this. I want to learn about my constituents' experiences, just hear them out and not in this stifling space. Everyone deserves respect. Why would you let 3 loud voices prevent you from hearing a whole diverse community that has been coming here week after week, begging to be acknowledged? When people repeat themselves, it's because they don't feel heard. So ask yourselves, would you have offered to meet if they were Ukrainian? Other members of the community in this room have been public that they're very grateful for you being so accessible to them, and that is great. But let the lesson be that you should be accessible to your whole community, not just some constituencies. By not being accessible to everyone, you contribute to the feeling of alienation and loss of trust in democratic institutions that are vital now. How many Palestinians do you talk to? This is a diverse city with a vibrant Palestinian community, and it deserves leaders who can respect that diversity. Hate speech by members of the public in this space has gone unanswered, and it has taken the form of dog whistles. Had you talked to us, we would have told you. Speakers have said that Palestinians lost their humanity. Today, that Palestinian humanity is predicated on condemning Hamas, that Palestinians are to blame for Israel's violence against them, that calling for an end to violence makes them feel unwelcome. They minimize genocidal rhetoric, they erase the rights of Palestinians as an occupied and indigenous people, they repeat myths, they shield war crimes by calling them blood libel. People in this room regularly share anti-Palestinian genocidal rhetoric on social media, even justifying genocide in Gaza by pinkwashing Israeli violence. Please do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Anderson.
Mayor, this caller is on Zoom. Caller with the phone number ending in 804. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jessica, and I'm an Ann Arbor resident with family, friends, and colleagues in Palestine. I want to thank Council members Ghazi Edwin, Briggs, Song, and Katsman for putting forward the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, and thank you to all of you for unanimously passing it tonight. I left the last City Council meeting before Christmas feeling discouraged by how hard people have to push for results that come so slowly and feel so narrowly tailored to not offend or cause controversy. The arc of the moral universe is indeed long, and if it does bend toward justice, as Dr. King once promised, it's only because the oppressed wrench it relentlessly and tirelessly in that direction. So I hope we look back on this as a starting point, a seed that we can build on together as we have so much work to do for accountability and justice. I want to note that neither of our two state senators have called for a ceasefire yet, to their great discredit. Representative Dingell has verbally supported a ceasefire but has failed to back this with action by signing the relevant ceasefire resolution. Words must be followed by action, and resolutions must be followed by policy change. I've been reflecting on 3 events that are converging this week. First, South Africa arguing today before the International Court of Justice that Israel is committing acts of genocide. Second, that we will tragically mark the 100th day of this genocide this coming Sunday, and I keep thinking about all the people that would still be alive today if we'd achieved a ceasefire weeks or months ago. And third, this is a holiday weekend remembering Martin Luther King Jr., who opposed the Vietnam War, who marched for economic justice for the poor, and who reserved his harshest words, not for the KKK, but for the white moderate. Since the word peace has been used so frequently tonight, I want to leave you with Dr. King's words of condemnation for the moderate who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice. And I challenge all of us to work for the presence of justice together. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Omar Abdalah.
Mayor, this caller is not on Zoom.
Our next speaker is Molly Rayner.
This caller is no longer on Zoom.
Our next speaker is Omid Olian.
Caller with the phone number ending in 571, press *6 to unmute your phone. Caller 571. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, yes, you're audible.
Oh, thank you. My name is Andolian. I'm a Zelensky resident. I'm glad to hear that the resolution was passed. I just wanted to echo that this resolution is a bare minimum to show our call for an immediate ceasefire, to show our support. And I wanted to iterate what is happening in Gaza is a genocide, and it is horrifying. And it is important to acknowledge that our government and our tax money is supporting this genocide. and we do share responsibility for the atrocities. So it is a local issue and it is a personal issue. Also, it is important not to be personally think, not to be blinded by the so-called complications or gray areas that was brought up by some of our speakers tonight. It is important to know what is happening right now. No gray area should and can justify indiscriminate bombing of civilians. This is something our government has admitted, that IOF bombings are indiscriminate. Civilians are targeted. No gray area should justify targeting hospitals. No gray area should justify cutting out food, water, electricity, and fuel to civilians. This is what is happening. And also, I wanted to address our Jewish brothers and sisters. This genocide is said to be done under your name, for your safety, and under the fight against anti-Semitism, which clearly is a lie. Committing a genocide against Palestinians will not make any Jewish community safer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fadwa Ashur.
Mayor, I don't have this caller on Zoom.
Our next speaker is Basit Zafar.
Hi, thank you, council members, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm one of those people who had never been to city council meetings before the last few months. And the reason I decided to show up is I moved to the US when I was 19 years old. I was about 20 when 9/11 happened. I grew up in the shadow of 9/11. And I witnessed firsthand the period where I could see the dehumanizing of Muslims and Arabs. And 20 years later, I find myself more or less at the same spot. Like, it's shocking, right? You would think there's been so much talk about diversity, equity, and equality, yet we're pretty much at the same place where we were 2 decades ago. And I'm here partly for selfish reasons. I have school-going kids. I've seen discriminatory rhetoric continuously come out from my university. I'm a professor there at the University of Michigan. I've seen hatred, religious hatred of all kinds, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia coming out in our schools. Yet, it's shocking that in our congressional spaces, they hold hearings about anti-Semitism, but no one talks about Islamophobia. That is extremely discriminatory in itself. So I'm glad that the City Council has finally passed this resolution. I do want to thank the original co-sponsors of this resolution. It's unfortunate that it took us almost 90 days to pass this resolution. I think I do congratulate you for passing this resolution unanimously. But I think we should ask ourselves, why did it take us 90 days? Like, this is one of the most educated cities in the country, right? Why did it, what is ambiguous here? Like, there are civilians being indiscriminately killed, right? I can give you statistics. We're talking about 500,000 people who are living in famine-like conditions, and these are according to the United Nations. This is not according to your Hamas TV or whatever, right? So these are according to legitimate sources. 1.8 million people have been displaced. What is confusing here about, like, why did it take us 90 days to get here? So that's one thing which I'm glad our city passed this resolution, but at the same time I question this. Like, it tells us something about us as society, right? Like, why? What is ambiguous here? Like, really, there are no two sides. Someone earlier spoke, there's always one truth. And if we're unable to call it out, that just tells us something about, how morally weak we are. I think the other thing that has really shocked me is people coming in public spaces. And, it's one thing to cheer on a genocide in your living room, but to come out in public spaces And to advocate against a ceasefire is implicitly asking you for this genocide to continue. And for me, I just don't understand how morally depraved must someone be to come in a public space and advocate for a genocide to go on and continue that way, right? They're not using that language, but effectively that's what they're saying. One last thing which I want to mention is, and this happened today also, this is happening on our college campuses, there is this intentional conflation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. I think you're all educated people, and I think this is the job of the City Council. You should be calling out against any speech which is deceptive and misleading. You know, Zionism, no matter what, Congress might be confused. Our Congresswoman decided to abstain on the resolution which said that anti-Zionism is the same as anti-Semitism, which is shocking. I don't know what more Debbie Dingell needs to know to have voted against that. But I hope that this City Council can see through what's going on. There should be no doubt whatsoever that Zionism is racism and Islamophobia. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Neil Elkin.
Phone number 278, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a current resident of Ann Arbor, and I've been a resident of Ann Arbor on and off since 1968. I'm also Jewish and an internal medicine doctor. One of the principles that doctors operate under is first, do no harm. And for the past 90 days, I've been very upset about the fact that my tax dollars have been used to wage war against an innocent civilian population. Looking at this from the perspective of a doctor, it keeps me up at night when I realize that my tax dollars are sending weapons that are exacting collective punishment on innocent civilians. I think about the 50,000 pregnant women in Gaza who are currently at risk of starvation while they are pregnant and can't get medical care. And Ann Arbor is a very medically sophisticated town. The med school is a big part of the town, and I graduated from it. And I think about the fact that when you have malnourished pregnant women, you're going to have underbirth weight kids. And that's going to, those problems are going to outlast all of our lives. We're going to have thousands of people who have mental problems, psychological problems, and lifelong issues because of what's been going on with our tax dollars. So I'm really disappointed that it took so long to get this resolution through, but at least you did it finally, and you've joined other cities in the country like Richmond, California, San Francisco, Ypsilanti, Detroit, and Wayne County in passing similar resolutions. I also want to point out that I'm very proud of so many of the speakers who've been expressed their opinions so eloquently tonight. And I also agree that if anti-Semitism is in fact rising, it's because of Israeli action against the civilians of Gaza. And the sooner this stops, the sooner there will be less of a threat of anti-Semitism. So I think this resolution is going to help in that regard to some extent. I also want to say that this is a watershed moment in Jewish history because I have never in my lifetime seen so many fellow Jews speaking up against this kind of racist activity against the Palestinians. I'm not speaking in favor, I'm not absolving what happened on October 7th either. So the other thing I want to bring up is that I don't understand why the Jewish Federation doesn't think that City Council should speak to international issues. If this were 1943,
Thank you.
I don't think the Jewish Federation will be taking that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Emirates. Sarah Emirates.
Caller 465, press star 6 to unmute your phone.
Thank you. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Fantastic. So yeah, first and foremost, I'm just so grateful for the expansive wisdom, insight, words of clarity, and comments that so many speakers before me have been making and uplifting the devastation of the literal genocide of Palestinians, appreciation for the ceasefire resolution being passed, and a desire for the resolution to have been more substantially addressing the reality of the whole situation, and a desire to continue those efforts moving forward. I'm also here because as a therapist and community member in Washtenaw County, I need an unarmed, non-police response option. Care-based safety is that option, and I need them up and running as soon as possible. Not that they operate with urgency, but I worked with veterans around opioid safety and suicide prevention for several years. Currently, research shows about 18 veterans a day kill themselves, and a lot of terrible things influence that, including trauma and moral injury from the atrocities they committed, witnessed, were not able to interrupt, or were inflicted upon them, including just being part of wars backed by the U.S. in the Middle East that result in the unnecessary slaughter of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of civilians that steal financial resources from communities that need it, create devastating humanitarian crises that we then don't have resources for. I also work with a lot of queer and trans people. Trans people statistically have an over 50% rate of suicidal ideation. Therefore, my job involves a lot of safety planning as a constant and primary factor. As a mandated reporter, it's my legal and professional duty to report when someone's telling me they have suicidal thoughts, plan, and intent. And the option when that happens is to call the cops, which is a terrible option, particularly when veterans tell me that their plan is suicide by cops. If I have to call the cops, officers show up, many without training to do something that they do or do not want to do, when there are trained professionals, community members, and research-backed non-police crisis responders that could. Officers like David Reed, who shot and killed Ora Rain Rosser, a Black Ann Arbor community member with previous calls for domestic violence, show up. Officers often escalate situations, cause stress and tension, or activate trauma. When there are so many alternatives that could and do exist to address de-escalation, support connecting with resources, provide mental health or logistical support to create different outcomes and options moving forward. It is 2024. Much like the ongoing genocide in Gaza and occupation in the West Bank, we have extensive documentation, videos, articles, books, movies, documentaries, shows, organizations, and research dedicated specifically to providing concrete facts about the public health crisis and violence of policing in the military state we live here. Thank you. As a mental health professional and a person who wants people to be able to live, I need other options, non-police options. I need someone who can go out and de-escalate and connect with and figure out what's going on to cause the issue, how someone can receive support moving forward. And ultimately, every single thing in the extremely accessible and approachable materials that Care-Based Safety has put out to the community, has engaged with the community around, covers these things. So again, I need this option like years ago, and as quickly as possible would be great. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nadia Nazir.
Caller with a phone number ending in 671, press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hi, respected council members. My name is Nadia Nazir, a constituent of yours from Ward 2. As speaker number 86, I almost hung up and left once the resolution had passed. But as a free person who gets to sleep in a warm bed at home, my conscience didn't allow me to pass up this opportunity to speak up for the oppressed in Palestine and also drown out the very few Zionist voices we heard today. Thank you for passing the ceasefire resolution. This tells us that you are committed to safety and peace and prevention of hate-based violence here at home. As many others said, this really was just for the first step towards many more important steps to be taken. Next step, defund Israel's military regime and use Ann Arbor tax dollars instead to fund public housing units or cancel student loan debt or free health care or fund an unarmed response program perhaps. Put it to use in our local community instead of being sent abroad for wars. Israel now stands on trial before the International Court of Justice for genocide. The U.S. may even be held complicit in any of the war crimes committed using our tax dollars. As we speak, our president has violated Article 1 of the Constitution by carrying out airstrikes in Yemen without congressional approval. We, the American people, are tired of endless war. Please do all you can in your power to work for justice. As we approach MLK Day, let's not forget that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Thank you so much for your time. And
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amir Nadav.
Mayor, I don't see this caller online.
Our next speaker is Anam Shah.
I'm sorry, I did have that. Mayor, I'm sorry. Amir Nadav is online.
My apologies.
Caller with the phone number 812. Press *6. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So, Mayor Taylor, council members, I'd like to thank you for passing the ceasefire resolution. First and foremost, this is a great first step. But I have to say that my sense of joy at the passing and victory at the passing of this resolution is just mired by the fact that it just took this body 100 days into a genocide to do anything about this. I'm a Christian Palestinian resident of Ann Arbor, and for the past 100 days, I've had to watch my people being slaughtered while you sit there and waffle about whether it affects your community enough for you to say something about it. I just want to say that I hope you take a hard look at yourselves today and ask yourselves why it took you so long to say something, and why is the ceasefire resolution honestly just so full of nothing. We're happy that, we don't want innocent people to die. Sure, no one wants innocent people to die. But there's one side that is actually at The Hague right now. One side that's committing crimes against humanity. And you have no courage in your heart to call them out for what they're doing. I think this ceasefire resolution is a great first step, as late as it is. But we need more. We need to divest from Israel. We need to push the university to divest its relationships with Israeli institutions. And I thank you for your time. I know it's been a long night for everyone. Have a good rest of your evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anam Shah.
I do want to thank Councilmember Aisha Ghazi Edwin and specifically Aisha Member Briggs as well, because you two worked with the community to help make one. And while you guys are so proud that this is not divisive, that's the reason why, because you worked with the community to make sure that there wasn't actively harmful language inside the resolution. So thank you for passing it, which is, again, as people have said, the bare minimum that our elected officials can do. Our community still has a lot more work to do. A lot of you are professors at the University of Michigan. A lot of you still actively work with the University of Michigan, whether you're on the Alumni Association chairs or in some other capacity. And it's astounding that I haven't really heard much about what's actually been happening at the University of Michigan. And someone earlier made a point that a lot of the people here aren't voting constituents or aren't living in Ann Arbor. And to be frank, all city council meetings are public, so you can see who spoke where. And a lot of us didn't know that you could speak at a city where you had very close ties to, a city where you worship, a city where you work, until we saw her speak at other cities. So I do want to thank her for that, to help us mobilize. But in addition to the unarmed police response at the University of Michigan, we also, there are people who said that the IDF, the IOF correctly, helps trains the police here. So we talk about, this issue that's out in some other country halfway across the globe, but time and time again, and from both quote-unquote sides, right? We've heard stories about how it's affected people here, and at the same time, in the same breath, heard why we probably shouldn't have a resolution, but it's affecting us here, but we probably shouldn't have a resolution. You were wondering how this is a local issue? We have explained why. You have had at least 2 stories of people who have families stuck in Gaza or have family members who are hostages. You know who those constituents are, and you know that there are more. Work with them. Pressure our other elected officials and higher states of government to help your constituents, which is what you were elected to do. And I hope Debbie Dingell does, I know this is a long meeting, but I hope that she does at some point watch this. There is no excuse for not actively passing a resolution or signing onto a resolution. If you're not okay with 786, you need to sign a different one. There's no way you can call for a ceasefire, just call for a ceasefire, not sign anything, but because it doesn't call for the release of hostages, there are going to be no hostages left in Gaza. There are going to be no people left in Gaza unless there is a ceasefire. If you're not happy with it, come out with something else. But it is unacceptable, as you guys have demonstrated, reflecting your constituents' demands, to not sign anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Huma Katri. Thank you. Our next speaker is Pernell McCarter.
Mayor, this caller is on Zoom. Caller 851. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Parnell. Thank you, City Council, especially members Ghazi Edwin and Briggs, for unanimously passing this resolution and for all the labor that went into it. I want to echo what the last caller said about Congresswoman Dingell. I appreciate that Congresswoman Dingell has called for a ceasefire, but we, as her constituents, will be watching about how she acts going forward in terms of whether we send unconditional military aid, billions and billions of dollars in weapons and bombs, to a government that doesn't seem interested in a lasting ceasefire. And so I would hope that you will, as City Council, will use your influence to call on Dingell, Congresswoman Dingell, and our senators who haven't even called for a ceasefire at all, to really encourage them to make sure their actions and their words promote peace and justice, so that our tax dollars are not used for this ongoing genocide. I also want to make a note, I also want to put our current moment within the larger context of American history. Mass state violence is nothing new. On our own soil, we slaughtered indigenous people. On our own soil, we subjugated and oppressed Black Americans through slavery, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. South people in Southeast Asia suffered massive war crimes and atrocities through our tax dollars in the Vietnam War era. People in places like Iran and Chile had their democratically elected governments overthrown or undermined because of the U.S. government. And I could go on and on. Right now we're seeing Yemen, people of Yemen having to suffer more from U.S. policies. As a Christian, I think of how Jesus wept over his city because it did not know the ways for peace. I think we as Americans need to weep over our country because over the centuries we have failed to know the ways for peace, whether in Israel-Palestine or the many other examples I shared.
30 seconds.
If we do not learn to pursue the ways of peace, if we continue on the path of imperialism and militarism, I fear that dark days could be ahead for us. We cannot look to other countries and think those things, those atrocities could never happen to us. We may have to suffer the same consequences that too many people around the world have had to suffer because of our violence. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Cornell, second by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned.